Chapter 117. What does it have to do with me that you can't get the green copper? It means that you are not strong enough and someone got it before you. Yi Fan stared at him and said, "Priest, you don't thank me but treat me like this in the end. Brat, you're really stubborn. I was the first to rush to the demon god Een tomb, and I didn't even see a shadow. How could someone else get there before me? You're still trying to fool me. I really want to slap you to death." At this point, he revealed an astonished expression and said, "To actually reach the celestial bridge realm in such a short period of time, it's really inconceivable. It's not much different from me back then." The fat Taoist circled around him twice and said, "Could it be because of the green copper piece? Can't you sense whether I have the green copper on me or not?" Yi Fan said calmly, "You are such a bastard. You threw the jade pendant I gave you in the deep mountains and made me look for you everywhere. I only found you today." The unscrupulous Taoist stared into his eyes and asked, "Where is the green copper?" Yi Fan immediately thought of the broken jade pendant. Not only was it missing a corner, but it was also cracked like a broken stone. It seemed like he was right to throw it. This guy wanted to use it to follow him. "Priest, since we can meet again, it is enough to prove that we are fated. I have nothing to hide and will tell you the truth." Yi Fan said with a solemn expression, "That day, I did throw the green copper, but I didn't throw it in the deep pool. Of course I know it's not in the deep pool. I wanted to look for it later, but I found a crazy old man who picked it up. He was crying and laughing as if he was crazy. I couldn't catch him at all." Yi Fan directly described the image of the crazy old man. The fat Taoist immediately sucked in a breath of cold air and muttered to himself, "A year ago, someone saw an old man like this in the land of Yen. The rumors say that he might be here." He stopped and stared at Yi Fan. "You brat, you are not kind at all. It's a waste for me to confide in you that day. Priest, you must speak with conscience. That day, you took 3 spiritual weapons from me. Who is unkind?" The unscrupulous Taoist stared at him. His eyes suddenly became empty like a bottomless abyss, dark and without a trace of light. He said in a low voice, "Was it really taken by a crazy old man? What does he look like?" Yi Fan felt drowsy. The old man wanted to force his way into his mind, but he wasn't afraid. His consciousness had turned into a golden lake and was no weaker than anyone else's. He didn't retaliate. Instead, the image of the crazy old man appeared in his mind and answered, "Yes, it was picked up by a crazy old man. I couldn't catch up to him." When the unscrupulous Taoist saw the image of the crazy old man, his body shook violently and his eyes recovered. His face was with his expression, with it. With the person. Demon. 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 Yi with. Duanda said in a low voice, "A person who should not have appeared in this world appeared in the land of Yen. More or less, but I don't think it's true. So many years have passed, who would be able to recognize him?" Duanda shook his head. "There is no mistake. That person was a peerless master back in the day. Many of his portraits were left in this world, and I was fortunate enough to see him." Hiss. The beautiful woman with the red mole between her eyebrows took a deep breath and said, "He was a peerless expert in the past. Now that 6,000 years have passed, he is still alive. Do you think he is about to become an immortal?" The Taoist shook his head. "Not likely. Someone saw him in a delirious state. Something must have gone wrong with his mind. How could he become an immortal like this? Immortals really exist in this world?" Yi Fan asked. "No one can say for sure, but it is not a problem for a peerless master to live for a few thousand years." The demon girl smiled charmingly at him, then pinched his cheek and said, "Work hard, maybe you will be able to do it in the future. You won't harm me?" The seductive vixen blew a breath at him, looking very alluring. She giggled, "Don't worry, your life will not be in danger." The Taoist's eyes became empty again, but he did not give up. He stared into Yi Fan's eyes and asked, "How did he find the emerald copper?" Yi Fan cooperated and used his powerful psyche to construct the scene of the crazy old picking up the emerald copper, laughing and crying, and floating away. The Taoist was dejected at this scene, as if all his energy was sucked out of him. He looked up to the sky and sighed, "The famous treasure of Central Plains. I held it in my hand that day, but I threw it away like an old shoe. I didn't recognize it and missed this opportunity. I hate it." When Yi Fan heard this, he said very unkindly, "Be careful next time." Duanda's face was full of regret and unwillingness. He said, "Falling into that person's hands, I have no chance to ask for it. This crazy old man is still alive. This is too surprising. I wonder if the demon monarch's essence blood is ready?" He looked up at the seductive vixen. "Don't worry, I promise to give you a drop of the demon monarch's essence blood. I will not go back on my word." The woman smiled seductively and gently clapped her hands. In the depths of the peach forest, a beautiful woman in a colorful dress with bare arms walked out slowly with a jade plate covered by a silk handkerchief. The woman with the red mole between her eyebrows received it gracefully. She raised her wrist and uncovered the embroidered handkerchief. Immediately, a sparkling and translucent luster was revealed. A fist-sized crystal emerged and shone brilliantly on the jade plate. At the center of the crystal was a drop of bright red blood that flickered with a golden luster. It was sealed within, and it flowed with an incomparably exuberant life force. There was a faint majestic aura of life within it. The demon monarch's essence blood. The unscrupulous Taoist was refreshed. "That's right. This is the demon monarch's holy blood that you need. Although you did not find the forbidden weapon that we mentioned, the young man that you lured can be considered a treasure. It is barely enough to exchange for it." In the fist-sized crystal, the drop of blood seemed to contain endless power. When the heartless Taoist priest Duanda held it in his hand, it emitted a dazzling blood-red light, making his palm look bright red and flickering with golden threads. Yi Fan's heart was in turmoil and could not calm down. This drop of demon monarch's essence blood most likely came from the heart of the demon monarch. He immediately thought of Pang Bo. The normal beating of the heart that flew out of the tomb of the demon king was unbearable for the experts of the Nirvana realm or beyond. On that day, the head of the Spirit Ruin Grotto, the Supreme Elder, and the others couldn't even get close to it. They could only watch it fly away and eventually fall into the hands of the demon clan. Could it be that these ladies had the heart of the demon monarch? Was it related to the perfect lady in front of the tomb? In that case, wouldn't Pang Bo be nearby? Yi Fan was excited. "Boy, you're on your own." The heartless Taoist priest Duanda patted him on the shoulder and said earnestly. "Damn fatty, you really sold me here?" Duanda said with a faint smile, "Don't scold me now. You might even thank me in the future." "What do you mean?" Duanda said meaningfully, "This is a blessing that others can't ask for. Kid, you should be content. If I was a few years younger, you might not have the chance." The lady with a red mole between her eyebrows smiled sweetly. She glanced at Duanda and said, "If you are willing to stay, I will entertain you well." "Forget it. My old arms and legs can't take it. We will meet again." Duanda left without looking back. Yi Fan shouted from behind, "I know where the old lunatic is." However, Duanda ignored him and disappeared quickly, leaving him here completely. "Wicked Taoist, just you wait, my name is Qin Yao. Little brother, don't be afraid. We won't hurt you." The lady with a red mole between her eyebrows pinched his cheek gently and smiled. "Don't worry. Qin Yao? Could she be a demon transformed from a mutated bird?" Yi Fan muttered in his heart. "I would like to ask if the heart that flew out of the tomb is in your hands?" Qin Yao's skin was like warm jade. Her veil fluttered, and her graceful immortal body was faintly discernible. She smiled sweetly and said, "You know quite a lot." "That's right. The demon monarch's heart is indeed in our hands." Yi Fan was shocked and said, "So you're saying that there's an extremely beautiful and almost perfect woman guarding this place?" Qin Yao revealed a strange expression and said, "You even know this? She is the descendant of the demon monarch and has a high status." "How did you know?" Yi Fan was very excited and said, "Is there a youth of the same age as me here?" Qin Yao was a little surprised. Her jet-black hair fluttered in the wind, making her jade-like skin look even fairer and more exquisite. Flower petals swirled around her, sparkling and translucent, and a sweet fragrance assailed her nostrils. However, she was more beautiful than a flower. She smiled faintly and said, "You really know a lot." She did not go into details. "I want to see that youth of the same age as me." "Sorry, he is in seclusion. I'm afraid he can't meet you." Although Qin Yao was alluring and had a smile on her face, she refused without hesitation. "I want to see the descendant of the demon monarch." Since he couldn't meet Pang Bo, Yi Fan had to settle for the next best thing, to see that perfect lady. Qin Yao's voice was magnetic and very pleasant. She said, "Of course you can see her. I was going to send you to her." "You were going to send me to her? Why?" Yi Fan felt that something was wrong. "It's a good thing for you. If you are chosen, you will be high up. You are really blessed." The surrounding ladies all laughed. They were all enchanting and had a natural charm. Their faces were like flowers, their skin was creamy, and their necks were slender. Their arms were like jade, sparkling and full of luster. Their legs were slender and straight, and the transparent gauze couldn't cover them at all. Their waists were slim, and they were shaking with laughter. Yi Fan was brought to the depths of the peach blossom forest. This was the back mountain of the mystic Yuan sect. It was especially tranquil. Waves of holy aura pervaded the air. There were some beautiful ladies leading the way. After passing through a canyon, they arrived in front of a jade-green mountain range. Specks of holy light rippled over. All the plants were like jade carvings, flickering with a strange radiance. This place was different from the others. Right in front of them, there was a mountain overflowing with colorful lights. That place was filled with mist and multicolored lights. A pavilion was suspended high above, and in the pavilion, there was a flawless lady standing there. Her eyes were like water, and the mist was hazy as she looked down. Her skin was like ice and bones were like jade without a single flaw. Her body was straight and elegant like the most perfect masterpiece of the heavens. Her clothes were whiter than snow, and her black hair danced in the wind. She was like a goddess of the moon that had descended to the mortal world. Chapter 118. The vegetation on the mountain was lush with green mist. The whole mountain was overflowing with brilliant colors as if it was carved out of jade. Mist surged and the atmosphere was ethereal. 3 years had passed, and this mysterious woman had become even more elegant and otherworldly. She was as beautiful as a fairy, as if she would ride the wind and ascend to the 9 heavens palace at any time. She stood in the pavilion, her white clothes fluttering in the wind. Her black hair danced in the wind, and her eyes were like water. They seemed to be covered in mist, giving people a dreamy feeling. She looked down and revealed a strange expression the moment she saw Yi Fan. "It's you, Qin Yao," and the other sexy and enchanting women with soft bodies and enchanting smiles all bowed to greet the woman on the mountain. Yi Fan had to admit that this woman was truly beautiful and flawless. He could not find a single flaw on her. She was almost perfect. Among all the women he knew, only the heavenly jade saintess he met in the ancient desolate forbidden land could compare to her. "It's me, we meet again." Qin Yao and the others were surprised after hearing this. They didn't expect the two to know each other. They couldn't help but size up Yi Fan and then looked at the mysterious woman on the mountain. "Your Highness, this young man was sent here by Daoist Duan. Just as he said, he has a precious body and is a rare sacred weapon." Qin Yao reported to the perfect woman. Yi Fan was astonished. From this form of address, this perfect woman was indeed the descendant of the demon emperor. At the same time, he was a bit sensitive to the term, sacred weapon, and felt that it was a bit strange. What do you mean?" Qin Yao's figure was tall and slender, her curves indistinct. The red mole between her eyebrows emitted a bit of light. Her eyes wandered and her smile was sweet. "Don't worry. For you, once you are chosen, there will be great benefits." The flawless woman on the pavilion was as fresh as snow on a flowering tree. Her jade body was graceful, her skin was sparkling, and her appearance was peerless. Her voice was as pleasant as the sounds of nature. How could it be him? I also didn't think we would meet under such circumstances. Please tell me where Pang Bo is and how he is doing. Please allow me to meet him. Below the mountain, more than 10 demon women revealed strange expressions. They didn't understand why Yi Fan knew Pang Bo and wanted to meet him. I'm afraid it won't be as you wish. The perfect woman's voice was very gentle. Why? He's in seclusion and won't be able to come out for 2 years. There was a hidden worry in Yi Fan's heart as he loudly asked, what I'm really worried about is his safety. Please tell me, is he still the same Pang Bo? The woman on the pavilion was like a fairy from the 9th heaven. Her hair and sleeves fluttered in the wind. She was a beauty that captivated even the birds and beasts, and outshone the moon and the flowers. She didn't say anything, and her expression was calm. She nodded, and then shook her head. What do you mean? Yi Fan felt uneasy. Beside him was the seductress Qin Yao, who had a red mole between her eyebrows. Her lips were bright red, and her teeth were like jade. Her eyebrows were slightly raised, and her smile was sexy. She said, you don't have to worry. There are some things that His Highness can't directly answer you. But don't worry, demons also have a Tao. We will never harm people for no reason. In the future, you will definitely see your friend. My intuition tells me that what you said isn't completely true. Yi Fan stared at Qin Yao and said, please tell me, what happened to Pang Bo? Right now, no one can say for sure. Everything can only be known after he comes out of seclusion. At this point, Qin Yao bowed to the flawless woman and said, Your Highness, this physical body is extremely powerful. It can be called a treasure body, and it is very suitable to be used as a holy artifact. On the mountain, sparkling and translucent flower petals fluttered in the air, and a sweet fragrance wafted through the air. The perfect woman was bathed in a rain of flower petals. She frowned slightly and said, Why is it him? Is he not suitable? Qin Yao didn't understand. His blood energy is vigorous, and his vitality is strong. He can indeed temporarily be used as a holy artifact. However, if that person in seclusion senses it, I'm afraid his mind will not be at ease, and something unforeseen will happen. What was the use of a holy artifact? Yi Fan didn't understand, and his heart was filled with doubt. The woman standing on the pavilion had a picturesque appearance. She glanced at Yi Fan and said, You guys take him away first. Several seductresses that could make one's heart sway faintly smiled as they walked over, and they took Yi Fan out of the valley. Qin Yao did not leave. Her red lips moved slightly as she asked, Your Highness, aren't you overthinking this? There are some things that you don't know. If something goes wrong, the consequences will be very severe. If we do not consider other factors, what does Your Highness think of this treasure body? Qin Yao asked. Naturally, it is powerful enough. It is indeed the best choice. On the mountain, the white-clad woman's figure was like a jade tree, and her eyes were like autumn water. She said softly, That person in seclusion once said that this youth called Yi Fan and Pang Bo had both consumed sage medicines. If a fiend king obtained their blood shells, they would have a high chance of advancing to martial emperor in the future. In the distance, Yi Fan's heart trembled. Although he was very far away, his spiritual sense was very powerful, and he could hear these words. These two are. Qin Yao revealed an expression of shock. No wonder that mysterious Taoist Duan said that this child's talent is extraordinary, and his physical body is unbelievably strong. So there is a reason for this. Following that, she revealed an expression of joy and said, Isn't this good? That person in seclusion chose a flesh shell, and this one can be used as a sage tool. Yi Fan, who had already walked out of the valley, was shocked. He felt that Pang Bo's situation was worrisome, and it was hard to predict whether he would survive. The perfect woman on the mountain shook her head and said, Even that person in seclusion is not sure if he can extend his life. It is hard to say who will succeed in the future. As for this youth called Yi Fan, his body is not ordinary. If he is used as a sage tool, it is hard to predict what will happen. That person in seclusion once said that he seems to be from the primordial era. This was the last thing Yi Fan heard. He was brought away from this place and entered a valley. There was a peach forest here, and many of them were 10,000-year-old ancient trees. A dark green pond was in the middle of the forest, and there were a few thatched cottages beside it. It was very natural and harmonious. This was Yi Fan's temporary residence. Until the 5th day, the perfect and flawless woman appeared again. Her real name was actually Yen Ruyu, which was another name for extreme beauty. If other people used this name, Yi Fan would definitely not think much of it. However, this woman had limpid eyes and divine jade bones. She seemed to have walked out from a poetic painting and did not look like a real person at all. Thus, she was worthy of this name. Qin Yao followed beside her, and there were also 2 old women. They floated to the front of the pond and carefully examined Yi Fan's body in the thatched cottage. All of them revealed strange expressions. "He can be used as a sage tool," one of the old women said. After the 3 of them left, Qin Yao stayed behind. The surrounding peach blossoms were blooming, and it was a patch of pink. However, she was more beautiful than the flowers. She smiled softly and said, "You must have a lot of questions in your heart. Don't worry, we will not harm you. On the contrary, your great opportunity has arrived." Yi Fan asked in a deep voice, "What exactly do you want to do?" "You have seen the heart of the demon god. How do you feel?" "Very scary." This was the truth. Even the Nirvana realm experts or those who surpassed the Nirvana realm could not get close to the beating heart. They would vomit blood from the shock of the pulse. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the divine power it contained. "It's good that you know." Qin Yao glanced at him charmingly and giggled. She pinched his cheek and said, "A great opportunity will fall on your head. If you are successful in the future, don't forget me." "What's going on?" "Using your body as a sage tool to nourish the heart of the demon god and maintain its vitality. At the same time, it will nourish your body. Don't you think this is a great opportunity?" This. Yi Fan was very shocked. He never thought that his body would be used as a tool to nourish the heart of the demon god. "You don't have to worry about anything. The sacred heart of the demon god has already been sealed. Otherwise, you won't be able to withstand it. Now, it will only be beneficial to your body and will not harm it." Speaking of this, Qin Yao gently blew into his ear and said with a sweet smile, "If you can really nurture this saint's heart, our princess is destined to devote herself to you in the future. This is the dream of countless men in the Eastern Barren Territory. I don't want to be the so-called sage tool." Yi Fan did not want to accept unknown arrangements. "How many people dream of obtaining this opportunity, but you?" Qin Yao lightly tapped his forehead and said, "That saint heart is enough to let you be reborn once again. If it weren't for the fact that people with this kind of physique are hard to find, do you think this kind of opportunity would fall on your head? In the future, Her Highness will use this sacred heart to cultivate a supreme demonic technique and will marry you as your wife. With such a beauty by your side, what else are you dissatisfied with?" Using his body to nourish the demon god's sacred heart and marrying that flawless woman as his wife made Yi Fan feel as though he was in a dream. "Having a beauty by my side is more than what I want. However, I will politely decline the offer of that sacred heart. Please find someone else." "You really dare to speak? Who do you think Her Highness is?" "She will be by your side for no reason." "In your dreams." Qin Yao rolled her eyes at him and pinched his cheek with her slender fingers. She said, "Your fortune is here, yet you are still rejecting it. I really don't know what to say to you." No matter if Yi Fan accepted it or rejected it, he could not change this fact. 3 days later, the flawless woman, Yen Ruyu, Qin Yao, and a dozen old women appeared in the peach garden and restrained him in front of the thatched cottage. A divine metal that was as thick as a water jar with all types of beast diagrams engraved on it, exuding an ancient aura. It rose from the dark green pool, releasing specks of brilliance as it entered the peach forest. Yi Fan was tied to it. Yen Ruyu was 18 or 19 years old. She was peerless in her generation. She had exquisite facial features, a stunning appearance, and a jade-like body with hazy curves. She made people feel that she was flawless, like the most perfect work of art in heaven. She stood there and looked at Yifan quietly. "Yen Ryu, my future wife, can you?" Yifan couldn't finish his sentence. His mouth and tongue were sealed by Yen Ryu. Waves surged up to the sky from the pond in the peach garden. 9 golden carps that were a few meters long dragged a crystal coffin to the surface. Instantly, people could feel an incomparably vigorous vitality, as though there was a vast ocean rippling. The crystal coffin was 2 meters long and 1 meter wide. It was sparkling and translucent. Under the sunlight, it emitted 7-colored divine splendor. It was very extraordinary. Inside, there was a fist-sized heart. It was bright red and glistening. It was dazzling like the scarlet jade divine marrow. It was incomparably splendid, and the powerful vitality originated from it. The demon god's sacred heart. It was sealed here. Scarlet multicolored light curled around it, and a dense mist of light filled the air. It made people's hearts palpitate. The crystal coffin was bright red in contrast. It flickered with light and was extremely dazzling. Yifan wanted to roar loudly, but he couldn't make a sound. He wanted to struggle, but he couldn't move. He was tied to the divine metal and couldn't stop anything. Chapter 119. The crystal coffin was like a dream, sparkling and translucent. Inside, the sacred heart of the demon monarch was shrouded in scarlet clouds. Its brilliance shot up to the sky, overshadowing even the scorching sun. The entire peach garden was enshrouded in spiritual energy and was enveloped by a bloody auspicious radiance. Qin Yao opened the coffin, and a vigorous life force gushed out like an ocean, making everyone feel as if they were bathing in the spring breeze. If such a powerful life force was always by their side, it would undoubtedly be beneficial to their cultivation. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the demon monarch was back then. Tens of thousands of years had passed, and he had fallen for so many years, but the sacred heart he left behind was still like this. It was impossible to estimate his strength. The cultivation of the great emperor is unfathomable, but he still couldn't become an immortal. It really makes one wonder if immortals really exist in this world. An old woman sighed endlessly. Yen Ryu worshipped the crystal coffin in silence. Then, she personally took a jade plate from the hands of a female demon. She placed the heart that was glowing like a ruby on top of it and walked to the front of the divine metal pillar. Yen Ryu. Yifan used his consciousness to transmit his voice. He wanted to say something, but at this moment, a dozen old women came forward and used their divine techniques to point at his forehead. Yifan was shocked. These old women were too terrifying. They sensed the abnormality of his consciousness and immediately sealed the golden lake between his eyebrows. He struggled with all his might, and golden light shot out from between his eyebrows, but he didn't remove the seal. Even so, the expressions of the dozen or so old women still changed. One of them said, "This child is truly extraordinary. The strength of his divine sense is unimaginable. At his age, his mental strength shouldn't be so tyrannical." The jade plate in Yen Ryu's hand blossomed with scarlet clouds and specks of golden light. It enveloped her entire body. Her skin was like jade and incomparably holy. She quietly looked at Yifan for a long time. Then, she stretched out a slender hand and caressed his cheek. Her movement was very gentle, like a wisp of spring breeze brushing past his face. On her peerless face, her expression was a bit complicated. It was hard to tell what kind of emotions she was feeling, but she quickly calmed down. She once again became ethereal and intelligent, like a fairy from the jade pool, pure and otherworldly. "Your Highness, please step back. We are going to make our move." An old woman came forward and took the jade plate. Yen Ryu nodded and retreated as light as the wind. Yifan really didn't want to accept such an arrangement. No one knew what would happen if something like the demon god's sacred heart was nourished in his body. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain. A dozen old women were forcibly breaking his sea of sufferings. "Don't be nervous. We won't take your heart. We'll just place the sacred heart of the great in your saint spring and nourish it with the sacred spring unique to your sacred body of the ancients. If Yi Fan could shout, he would definitely shout. There were too many secrets in his golden sea of bitterness. He could not let them see the light of day. As expected of the sacred body of the ancients. Even with more than a dozen of us working together, we still couldn't open it. It's as hard as divine iron. This is the strongest battle physique of the human race. In the past, it was invincible. Unfortunately, it's now a crippled physique. This Brad is quite impressive, to be able to reach the life spring realm. I really don't know how he did it. This is also good. As long as the divine spring in his body continues to gush, it will be enough for the sacred heart to exist forever. I can't break it. The dozen old women were all extremely shocked. They were helpless. One of them turned around and said, "Your Highness, please borrow the great Emperor's sacred weapon to break the sea of sufferings of the sacred body of the ancients." Yen Ruyu calmly nodded her head. Brilliant divine rays shot out in all directions from her palm. It was extremely dazzling, and it was impossible to clearly see what kind of artifact it was. The pure and holy radiance was extremely dazzling, and it even submerged her jade-like hand within. After an old woman received the ball of resplendent light, she gently stroked Yi Fan's sea of bitterness, causing him to almost faint. He felt that the sea of bitterness had been split open by someone, and blazing golden multicolored light rushed out. Tsunamis rose one after another, and the waves soared into the sky. God, it's the golden bitter sea. How is this possible? Everyone was shocked, not expecting this type of scene at all. A golden sea overflowed into the heavens, lightning interweaved, simply like the beginning of the world, giving birth to exuberant life force. Is this the fundamental reason why the sacred body of the ancients is unparalleled in the world? The golden bitter sea had never been seen or heard of before. Even Yen Ruyu was moved, unable to maintain her composure. Shock was written all over her beautiful face, and her beautiful eyes stared without blinking. Yi Fan could not move. If he could shout, he would have already greeted all of them one by one. He grimaced in pain, but he could not make a sound. The severe pain almost made him faint. According to legend, the Sea of Reincarnation had all kinds of mysterious and unfathomable phenomena, such as the moon rising from the sea, the stars shining in the sky, and the golden lotus growing in the bitter sea. Each of these phenomena would bring unparalleled power. The golden bitter sea of reincarnation itself is the most powerful phenomenon. In the future, it will most likely produce those legendary extraordinary phenomena. Unfortunately, in today's world, it is almost impossible to cultivate the sacred body of the ancients. It is already very unusual for him to be able to cultivate to the celestial bridge realm. He must have had an unimaginable encounter. The dozen old women did not dare to delay, fearing that Yi Fan's vitality would be greatly damaged. They sank the sacred heart of the demon monarch into the surging life spring, then hurriedly retreated and put away Yen Ruyu's sacred weapon. At this moment, the golden bitter sea became more and more extraordinary. The sea surged, thunder and lightning interweaved, giving birth to infinite life force. It closed on the spot without any abnormalities, and quickly repaired itself. Everyone was relieved, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. After experiencing the severe pain, Yi Fan finally calmed down. He was thinking about the words of the old women. Would the ancient sea of reincarnation have all kinds of phenomena? The moon rising from the sea, the stars shining in the sky, and the golden lotus growing in the bitter sea. It was easy to understand just by hearing the name. Even in this situation, he still yearned for it. Speaking of which, those sacred grounds and families of the clan of the ancients are indeed extraordinary. It is said that a person with a divine body was born in the Ji family. Now that he has achieved success in cultivation, the news has only spread. It is said that his sea of reincarnation has all kinds of phenomena and is extremely terrifying. I wonder which one is stronger, the divine body that is famous in the Eastern Barren territory now, or the divine body of the past. Unfortunately, the divine body has been destroyed, and there is no way to compare it. Otherwise, it would be really exciting. The Ji family has a divine body. As long as it does not die prematurely, I am afraid it will prosper for thousands of years. No one can stop it. Yi Fan was shocked. The Ji family of the clan of the ancients actually gave birth to a divine body, which made him feel rather uneasy. After a full hour, Yi Fan finally felt normal. He had been put down and released from the shackles. Qin Yao stepped forward and smiled. As you can see, we will not hurt you. There is no need to worry at all. The heart of the demon monarch is nourished in your body, and it will only be beneficial to you. Yi Fan did not say anything. He sat quietly at the side and felt the changes in his body. The green bronze piece was silent like a boulder, blocking the spring eye. Those old women did not even sense it just now. The demon monarch's sacred heart was immersed in the life spring and was being nourished by the divine spring. Vigorous vitality was circulating, and its position was much better than the golden book. However, it still could not be compared to the green bronze piece. It was squeezed on top and could not get close to the spring eye at the bottom of the sea. This green bronze piece is really extraordinary. Yi Fan was shocked. The sacred heart of the demon monarch had to lower itself in front of it, which made people exclaim in admiration. Suddenly, Yi Fan felt that the heart trembled slightly. Then, it started to absorb his life essence crazily. The life spring surged, and the divine spring was like a volcano eruption, gathering towards the heart. His expression suddenly changed. This was not a good sign. If the heart continued to absorb life essence like this, he would definitely be sucked dry. Bang! At this moment, the green bronze piece in the spring eye trembled, and the sea of sufferings immediately became calm. The divine spring no longer surged endlessly, and everything was fixed. That heart also quieted down and did not move at all. Hiss! Yi Fan inhaled a breath of cold air. The green bronze piece was indeed impressive. When it was fixed in the spring eye, it could completely suppress all the secret treasures in the sea of reincarnation. If it wasn't for the green bronze piece, my situation would be worrisome. They didn't even manage to completely seal this heart. After Yi Fan calmed down, he used the cauldron that he had tempered hundreds and thousands of times towards the heart that was as resplendent as a gemstone. He muttered to himself, I wonder if I can produce a few drops of the demon monarch's sacred blood. Bang! When the cauldron touched the demon monarch's sacred heart, the bright red heart suddenly beat lightly. The whole golden sea suddenly boiled, but soon after, the green bronze piece trembled again, and everything became calm in an instant. Yi Fan's body shook as if he was struck by lightning. He realized that there was a trace of blood on the small cauldron, and it turned into endless blood light. It rushed out of the sea of sufferings and spread towards every part of his body. At this moment, his body was trembling as if it was being tempered. It emitted a dazzling brilliance, and the blood color enveloped his body. It can't be. The demon monarch's sacred heart has just sunk into his life spring, and it has already started to nourish his body. How can it be so fast? An old woman revealed a shocked expression. The others were also puzzled, and they all revealed doubtful expressions. Yi Fan believed that these people really didn't want to harm him. They thought that they sealed the sacred heart, but in fact, they didn't completely subdue it. If it wasn't for the green bronze piece just now, the consequences would be unpredictable. Good, good, good. An old woman said good 3 times in a row and said, after the demon monarch's sacred heart is nourished, it can exist forever in the world. Your Highness can cultivate the supreme demonic technique without worry. Not long after, the blood color on Yi Fan's body receded. He felt that his flesh and blood had gone through a baptism, and it was obviously stronger. He sighed to himself that the demon monarch's sacred blood was indeed extraordinary. It was just a trace of blood, and it already had such an effect. If he could absorb 1 drop, 10 drops, or even refine the entire heart, what would happen? Yen Ruyu's expression couldn't stay calm. She looked at Yi Fan in a daze and muttered to herself, should I cultivate with him? This. Your Highness can decide for yourself. At this moment, Yi Fan stood up. He felt comfortable and refreshed. You can stay here temporarily. I will arrange another place for you to stay in a few days. Yen Ruyu said. Then, everyone walked out of the peach garden. Fairy Yen, wait a moment. Yi Fan called out to Yen Ruyu and walked up to her. He looked at this flawless girl without the slightest trace of awkwardness. His lips curled into a smile as he said, "You really want to marry me?" Yen Ruyu was like a lunar fairy that descended into the world of mortals. Her immortal body was tall and slender, graceful and charming, skin flowing with sparkling luster. Her eyelashes were extremely long, her eyes deep, condensing a poetic charm, possessing the wisdom of heaven and earth. She calmly looked at Yi Fan, not saying anything. At the side, Qin Yao suddenly chuckled and said, "Hey, you put your hand in the wrong place. That's the palm of Her Highness." At the same time, Yi Fan was flung away by Yen Ruyu as if he was riding on the clouds. He hung high on the cliff of the peach garden. Chapter 120. The nest of 10,000 dragons was located in a bottomless abyss. The ancient caves were like a beehive, interweaving and densely packed. This was a heavenly land. Legend has it that this was the nest of a true dragon. Only deities could live here. First, the ancient emperor, then vicious, and now great Emperor Wu Shi had their eyes on this place. Don't act recklessly. Great sage Qian Luan reminded his grandson. Grandfather, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Li Zhan said. His gaze was sinister and his expression cold. He was determined to get the green bronze cauldron and didn't want Yi Fan to live for too long. Oh, that demonic human has appeared again. This makes me very uneasy. If he attacks, we will most likely be in big trouble. Great sage Qian Luan frowned. This was a sore spot in his heart. During the ancient era, that battle was truly tragic. Even now, he still felt lingering fear. Humans and demonic cultivators of both extreme yin and extreme yang. If they took revenge, it would definitely be a huge problem. All kinds of formations have been activated. So what if he appears? We can use the 10,000 dragon bell to kill him. Li Zhan said. I feel uneasy. Li Zhan said, according to grandfather, this person is upright and unyielding. Even if he becomes a demon, he will kill his way to our doorstep. That will be enough for us to revive the 10,000 dragon bell and kill him. We don't need the extreme yin and extreme yang ancient scripture anymore. We can only do that. However, we should still be prepared. Our mother planet is far away in the depths of the universe. This time, we obtained an ancient ship. Maybe we can use it to set off. Qian Luan said. Their mother planet was extremely far away from the Big Dipper. Their ancestors had left behind ancient coordinates that only a few people knew of. Grandfather is too worried. Perhaps, I hope I'm just worrying too much. Qian Luan said. These days, he was on tenterhooks. He always had a bad premonition. Every time he held the 10,000 dragon bell, he would calm down and think that the ancient emperor weapon could sweep through everything. However, every time he let go, he would sink into an uneasy state of mind. He was worried about his gains and losses. Genre, how are you going to deal with the human saint physique? Once a person was worried, they wouldn't be at ease with anything. Li Zhan only spat out one word, kill. The light in his eyes was cold and sinister. It was a kind of bone-deep killing intent. He had once set up a trap for Qi Yun and the others to draw out Yi Fan, but in the end, they all died in vain. Don't act recklessly. Qian Luan warned. Li Zhan ruthlessly said, if he doesn't come out, then I'll kill him until he does. I'll send people to kill him from the spirit ruins utopia. Everyone he comes into contact with on his path will fall into a pool of blood one by one. Qian Luan's eyes immediately widened. This was definitely a calamity that involved innocent people. Killing randomly like this might incur the disgust of the human race and cause them to attack together. Don't worry, grandfather. I know what I'm doing. I'm going to kill a group of people, but I'll keep the important ones alive. I'll wait for the human race's holy body to kneel before me and beg me. Those people are just passers-by in his life. They don't have many interactions. If you kill everyone he meets on his path like this, it will incur public anger. Qian Luan was somewhat displeased. His grandson was indeed ruthless, but he was too unscrupulous. Grandfather, those who achieve great things don't bother with trifles. Now that the path to immortalization is about to open, we just need to obtain the green cauldron. So what if we kill some humans? Gai Jiuyo is gone, and Wei Yi can't do anything alone. If we really can't do it, our people can return to the mother planet, and we'll be the only ones left to wait for the path to immortalization. Li Zhan disapproved, his eyes filled with killing intent. Qian Luan hesitated. If he obtained the green cauldron, he would indeed have the advantage on the path to immortalization. Perhaps he would be the first to enter the immortal domain before the myriad races. Grandfather, don't worry. The people I'm looking for have their consciousness sealed. Even if they are captured, they won't reveal our nest of 10,000 dragons. If we forcefully search, our immortal platforms will collapse. Swish! A cold saber light flashed, splitting the sky above the divine city. Rubble flew into the sky, and the palaces collapsed. Dozens of palaces in Miaoyu Nunnery were slashed apart. Many streaks of blood flew, and miserable screams rang out. After one slash, there were no more attacks. There were over 100 casualties. It's a pity that the girl named Miaoyi isn't here. Otherwise, this would be a big fish. It won't be easy to find someone related to the human race's holy physique. Only a cold voice was left behind. People knew that this person acted out of hatred for Yifan. Starting from the north region, we'll kill our way south. Let's see how long he can endure. Hopefully, we can capture someone close to him. On this day, several powers in the north region were slashed, and blood flowed like rivers. It was only because they had some interactions with Yifan, and they couldn't be considered to be close friends. This caused a huge uproar, and people were terrified. They didn't know which power did it. Oh, there's someone in the north region who has a close relationship with the human race's holy physique. If we can't capture him, we can only search south. On this day, saber chi crisscrossed. In the region ruled by the Jiang clan, a small restaurant that didn't look big was chopped into pieces by someone. The waiters and customers inside all turned into a mist of blood. It was a tragic sight to behold. That old geezer is actually not here. They were looking for little Ting Ting's grandfather, Uncle Jiang. These years, he had nothing to do in the Jiang clan, so he resumed his old business and opened a small restaurant. Who would bully him normally? But today, he suffered such an unexpected disaster. The waiters all died tragically and turned into meat paste. Little Ting Ting had returned from learning the lunar ancient scripture and brought Uncle Jiang away to reunite. They couldn't find the person who did it, so they slashed the restaurant into dust. That lunar physique has a close relationship with the human race's holy physique. If we capture and kill her, it will definitely provoke her anger. Ha! But she's in the Jiang clan. This colossus that once produced a great emperor is not easy to deal with. If we attack and kill her, it might cause trouble. There's no harm in giving it a try. If we succeed, the human race's holy physique will be heartbroken and jump out in anger. If we fail, we'll quickly retreat to the central region and the southern region. We'll slaughter our way to the next land dyed in blood. Alright, let's give it a try. On this day, the northern region was shaken. After several human forces were massacred and corpses were left on the ground, a quiet divine island of the Jiang clan was also attacked and suffered heavy casualties. For the first time in tens of thousands of years, the Jiang clan was attacked by a powerful enemy. One of the divine islands sank and split into pieces. Dozens of people died. Jiang Tingting, who had the lunar physique, was injured. She carried her grandfather and broke out of the encirclement with great difficulty. She avoided the disaster and was almost killed. Fortunately, she had the chessboard formation pattern that Yifan had given her. The Jiang clan was furious. They reacted quickly and gave chase. Little Ting Ting's status in the Jiang clan was extremely high. With the lunar physique, she was their future hope. The divine Lord Jiang Yifei led the experts of various forces and personally chased after them. It was rumored that he had used his hidden trump card. The other party crossed the void, but they still caught up to a portion of them. The Leaf Fire Divine Furnace and the Eternal Universe Furnace replicas appeared and killed 2 half-saints and 3 kings. Unfortunately, these people's primordial spirits were all shattered when they searched their sea of consciousness. The northern region was in chaos. The news spread everywhere, and the people were panicking. So many people died. Even the clan of the remote antiquity was attacked. What kind of giant did this? These people are too cruel. They even chopped unarmed mortals into meat paste. Even if they wanted to force the human race's divine physique to come out, they didn't have to be so extreme. Damn it. Several places were attacked one after another. Blood was dripping everywhere. It was a ghastly sight. No one could calm down. Idiots, why did you provoke the Jiang clan? That's a dangerous place that even I can't see through. Li Zhan received the news immediately. He looked at the people who walked out of the realm gate and lectured them with a gloomy face. This, killing mortals, is a bit too much. Qian Luan frowned. If we don't do this, why would the human race's divine physique blame himself? At the same time, we can make those stupid humans blame their divine physique because it was he who brought this disaster. Li Zhan's eyes were very cold. He ordered these people to continue on their way. They would go to the central region and the spirit ruin paradise in the southern region. They would not spare even the fowls and dogs. Li Zhan's eyes were quite sinister. He could already foresee what kind of storm would occur. The human race's divine physique would definitely be at the forefront of the storm. No matter what, he would jump out and express his stance. The northern wind whistled. One old and one young stood side by side on the snowy peak. The human demon's ears twitched as he heard some words. They seem to have done some things to you. They want to kill you. Yi Fan couldn't help but admire the human demon. He had also cultivated clairaudience, but it couldn't compare to the human demon. The savage old man could actually penetrate the formations and enter the myriad dragon's nest. He heard the secret words and avoided Qian Luan's great sage. Afterwards, Yi Fan was furious. After hearing the human demon's explanation, he really wanted to turn this place upside down and flatten it. This cold-blooded ancient sage named Li Zhan didn't even let mortals go. Anyone who crossed paths with him would be killed without exception. I have no enmity with him. He only wants my cauldron, yet he created such a killing calamity. Corpses litter the fields and blood stain the land. Since that's the case, there's nothing more to say. Today, I'll make you suffer the consequences. Yi Fan was furious. He took out the green cauldron and handed it to the human demon. Senior, let's not roast one dragon. This time, we'll roast a whole nest of dragons. We might as well overturn the myriad dragon's nest and fill it up. The human demon stretched out his hand and held the cauldron in his palm. He weighed it in his hand. In that instant, his domineering aura was boundless as he looked disdainfully at the icy plains. Perhaps only he could activate such a terrifying divine might. Yi Fan strongly requested the human demon to destroy the myriad dragon's nest. He wanted to beat them until they were terrified and pay the price in blood for their sins. Senior, if we take down this nest, your scarlet gold divine chains will be enough to form a dozen or so kilometers long string of dragons. We won't be able to finish them even if we roast them for decades. Of course, these words couldn't convince the human demon. The main reason was that the old savage was used to being domineering. He had originally come to find trouble with the myriad dragon's nest. He grinned, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth. The damaged cauldron shrunk to the size of a fist and was held in his left palm. A sparkling white bone club appeared in his right hand. As he swung it, violent gales erupted. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Mountains and rocks flew about, and all the snowy peaks were blown away. A terrifying aura shook the entire northern region. A loud sound rang out. The old savage was extremely domineering. The white bone club in his hand smashed the ground, completely shattering it. The dragon nest tens of thousands of zhang underground was revealed. Who is it? The myriad dragon's nest was in chaos. The heavens fell and the earth cracked. Primal chaos surged violently. Someone had broken through the thick ground and attacked. This was something that had never happened since the archaic times. A dragon eater. The human demon elder replied in a low voice. Chapter 121. The blazing sun was clearly high in the sky, but the broken mountain in front of them was covered by the curtain of night. The blue sea surged, and the tides rose and fell. A bright moon hung high in the sky, giving one a feeling of emptiness. Although there were sounds of waves, there was a type of tranquil and auspicious atmosphere. Sea rising bright moon. The ancient sea of reincarnation phenomenon shocked everyone. Very few people in the current world could cultivate this. The seventh son of the Ji family, Ji Haoyue, had just formed his divine body. His first attack had shocked everyone. Legend had it that each phenomenon had a mysterious power. It was completely different from normal cultivation and was impossible to estimate. Sea rising bright moon was even more famous. Many ancient sea rising bright moon had cultivated this phenomenon. It was very famous in the Eastern Barren Territory. Yi Fan found it hard to calm down. This was the first time he had seen a different sea of reincarnation. He kept comparing it with his golden bitter sea. Why was there a bright moon hanging in the sky? How did it come about? He couldn't figure it out. His golden bitter sea was extraordinary, but he knew that it couldn't compete with the opponent. He hadn't figured out the power of the phenomenon yet. Yi Fan wasn't depressed. He had only cultivated for 3 years. It was already amazing that he could reach this level. What he needed now was time to dig out the potential of his divine body. Only after cultivating 2 or 3 secret realms can he manifest the phenomenon and use the power. This kid is indeed terrifying. An old woman from the demon race sighed and said, "The Ji clan has been hiding him for many years. I'm afraid that they have been training him ever since he was born. 20 years have passed, and now that he has made some progress in his cultivation, we can imagine that his strength must be unfathomable." All the experts of the demons present knew that the Ji family must have spent a great deal of effort to nurture this person over the past 20 years. If the clan of the ancients were to go all out, no one could predict just what level Ji Haoyue, who possessed a divine body, would reach. Yi Fan was shocked when he heard these discussions. He hadn't formed his divine body yet and couldn't compete with the opponent. Ji Haoyue's divine body had just formed. Even the experts of the demon race were afraid of him. "Leave behind the demon emperor's divine weapon and I'll let you go." Ji Haoyue was like the wind and the clouds. He stood on the broken mountain, the tides rising and falling behind him. He was very calm. "Do you really think you can stop us?" An old woman from the demon clan stared coldly at Ji Haoyue. "I know what you are planning. You want to carve the Tao patterns, condense the heaven's power, open the domain gate, and cross the void." Ji Haoyue calmly pointed out the fiend race's plan. He said, "Unfortunately, you might not know this, but this place is very strange. It is a battlefield left behind from the ancient times. It is very difficult to open a space gate." The Ji family. The old woman's face darkened. "How can we let the Emperor's saint weapon fall into your hands? Even if you succeed today, aren't you afraid of the other great experts of the demons attacking the Ji family? Do you really think the Huanggu families are invincible? This is our business. You don't have to worry about it." Ji Haoyue's expression was tranquil, as if he didn't care about anything. With the bright moon above his head and the broken mountain under his feet, he looked indescribably elegant and natural. "If that's the case, I want to see how strong your god body is." The old woman stepped out of the crowd, riding her cloud and flying forward. In the distance, silhouettes flashed. There were experts of the Ji family on every mountain. When the old woman arrived on her cloud, 3 elders appeared on top of the broken mountain. "You guys sure are cautious. Are you afraid that the god body will die prematurely? Why did you let him come out?" The old woman teased. We will not attack. We will only watch from here. The three elders from the Ji family said so, but they could still see their cautiousness. Ji Haoyue chuckled. His purple robe fluttered in the wind as he stepped forward, distancing himself from the three elders. He said to the old woman, "You can attack as much as you want." Even though his opponent was very young, he had a god body. Age was not an issue that restricted his cultivation. The old woman did not dare to be careless. In her right palm, a small green mountain appeared. It quickly enlarged and pressed forward. The green mountain continued to grow larger. Every inch it pressed down would cause the space to tremble. The powerful pressure even made the broken mountain shake. However, when the green mountain descended above the blue sea, it seemed to sink into a swamp. It became incomparably slow and was actually restrained. "Descend!" the old woman shouted. The green mountain was incomparably large. It covered the sky and earth, its power ferocious. Green multicolored light rushed into the heavens, disturbing the peace of the blue sea. Ji Haoyue was extremely calm. Behind him, the tides rose and fell, great waves surging. A great wave surged over, immediately sweeping the green mountain down, sinking it into the sea and completely disappearing. This Ji family youngster did not make any movements, calm and unperturbed. Just by relying on the sea of reincarnation, he directly seized the old woman's great treasure. This. The expression of the old woman changed again and again. She completely lost connection with her own weapon, unable to sense it anymore. "You are not my opponent. You." The old woman didn't know whether to advance or retreat. Yen Ruyu transmitted sound from behind. "Hurry and retreat." The old woman decisively retreated. She knew that there was no way she was this purple-clothed male's opponent. The other party's strength was unfathomable. "Since you already came, then don't leave." Ji Haoyue finally took the initiative to take action. He took steps forward, walking out of the broken mountain. He stepped on the void, and after a few steps, he caught up to the old woman. The blue sea overflowed into the heavens, immediately surrounding her. "No!" the old woman cried out loudly. At this moment, her entire body erupted with five-colored divine splendor, turning into a giant bird that was as large as a mountain. It slapped against the waves, rushing into the sky. However, the dark green sea seemed to possess a terrifying demonic power. She couldn't break free at all. The great waves surged, submerging her within. She couldn't struggle free at all. "Kill!" Two young demon race girls rushed over at the same time, wanting to save the old woman. The two of them jointly activated a great treasure. A pair of golden flood dragon scissors turned into two flood dragons, shaking their heads and wagging their tails as they rushed over. They were both over 100 meters long, spitting out clouds and mist. Golden multicolored light curled about, intersecting together. It was enough to cut through a mountain peak, truly incomparably terrifying. However, this type of powerful treasure was completely useless before Ji Haoyue. The bright moon above his head scattered down, specks of gentle radiance seeping out, immediately making the golden flood dragon scissors' radiance dim. Then, with kacha-kacha sounds, it shattered on the spot. Hiss! Everyone inhaled a breath of cold air. The power possessed by this strange phenomenon surpassed that of a great treasure. It was truly mysterious and unfathomable. The two girls wanted to retreat, but it was as if they were stuck in a swamp. They couldn't budge at all, and then their bodies lost control as they rapidly fell into the blue sea behind Ji Haoyue. Yen Ryu ordered, "No one is allowed to take action without permission." However, it was still a bit too late. Another 5 girls flew out, each with their own weapons, and attacked Ji Haoyue. The clouds and mists surged, and the mountains trembled. The 5 spiritual treasures turned into divine rainbows, piercing through the sky. They were like bright comets striking the earth, suppressing downwards. Everything is futile. Ji Haoyue turned around to face them. The bright moon above his head shone with silver radiance, extremely auspicious and gorgeous. Specks of holy radiance descended, and the 5 powerful spiritual treasures instantly dimmed, turning into fine powder on the spot. They simply couldn't resist at all. The 5 of them fell into the blue sea at the same time, unable to struggle any longer. Ji Haoyue took down 8 demon race experts in the blink of an eye. It was as if he was taking a leisurely stroll in a courtyard. He didn't feel the slightest strain, and he was extremely calm. The bright moon hung high in the sky, and the blue sea sparkled. He was like a god, and his entire body was enveloped by the holy moonlight. I'll say it again, leave behind the demon god's sacred weapon. In your dreams. An old woman from the demon race shouted coldly. Since that's the case, don't blame me for starting a massacre. Ji Haoyue's expression gradually turned cold. He slowly walked in the void, pressing forward, and the mountains trembled slightly because of him. Ah! Several screams came from the blue sea. The heads of the 8 captured demon race experts all fell to the ground, and they fell out of the sea. No one is allowed to continue fighting. Break out of the encirclement. Yen Ryu ordered everyone. Other than Yen Ryu, Yi Fan was also protected by a few old women. In addition, there was a stone coffin, which was also surrounded by the demon race experts. Yi Fan guessed that it was most likely Pang Bo inside, but unfortunately, he couldn't open it. Want to escape? I'm afraid it won't be easy. Ji Haoyue walked forward. At the same time, on the surrounding mountain peaks, there were many figures, and they surrounded the front. Kill. At this moment, a chaotic battle broke out, and everyone attacked. Ji Haoyue's steps were calm, like an exiled immortal descending to the mortal world. No one could stop him. The bright moon hung high in the sky, and as long as they were illuminated by the moonlight, they would be destroyed in body and soul. Kill. 3 old women personally attacked him, buying time for the others. Another dozen young demon race women also followed up, and each of them used their divine abilities and precious treasures to besiege Ji Haoyue. Dazzling lights soared into the sky, the mountains shook, and the earth cracked. Everyone attacked, and the place was almost boiling. There were figures everywhere, and there were battle cries everywhere. The purple-robed Ji Haoyue was still elegant and otherworldly, but he seemed to have a demonic nature. Purple light flickered in his eyes, and the bright moon above his head constantly shone in all directions. More than a dozen demon race women were all pierced, and blood splattered as their corpses fell. Although the 3 old women rushed forward, they could not resist the blue sea and were all swept in. The bright moon gently rotated, and blood splashed everywhere. 3 heads fell from the sky. The demon race also had courage. Many people's eyes were red, and they attacked him. Ji Haoyue did not even blink. His purple robe fluttered as he strode forward, and corpses fell under his feet one after another. Blood filled the air, and the bones were countless. He was like an Azura king, and no one was his opponent. Wherever his purple robe went, he was invincible. His divine body had just formed, and his name was destined to shake the eastern wasteland. Demon race experts fell one after another. Everywhere Ji Haoyue passed, corpses lay in disarray, and blood flowed endlessly. Lives fell one after another, paving a bloody path for him. No one could compete with him. Kill, kill, battle cries shook the sky. The Ji clan cultivators and the demon race cultivators fought one after another. Spirit treasures flew in the sky, and the surrounding mountains were all shattered. Yen Ryu was as bright as the morning sun, and as bright as a lotus flower. She killed a bloody path and ordered people to break out of the encirclement with the stone coffin. Then, she killed her way in again to save the other demon race experts. At this time, she finally met Ji Haoyue. Haoyue, be careful of that demon emperor's sacred weapon. 2 old men silently blocked in front of Ji Haoyue and attacked Yen Ryu at the same time. Chi! The demon emperor's sacred weapon swept across, and the mountains and rivers lost their color. The sky shook, and in Yen Ryu's palm, divine light filled the sky. The 2 old men did not even have time to scream before they were crushed on the spot, turning into a bloody mist and dissipating between heaven and earth. The demon emperor's sacred weapon is indeed worthy of its reputation. Ji Haoyue's expression was solemn, but he was not afraid. Above his head, there was an ancient bronze mirror floating up and down, and a misty aura of primal chaos circulated. The Ji clan's ancient mirror. Not bad. In the distance, Yi Fan's heart was shaken. The opponent's divine body had just formed, and it already had such power. Strange phenomena accompanied it, and it gave him a strong impact. He longed to dig out the endless potential of the sacred body. Chapter 122. The blue sea was sparkling. The bright moon hung high in the sky. At this moment, it gently rotated. The moonlight was like water, sprinkling down towards Yenryu. Ah! Many demonic cultivators in the surroundings screamed and were crushed on the spot. Even though the jade plate was overflowing with light, it was not something they could withstand. The bright moon rising from the sea was a rarely seen phenomenon in the world. Not even powerful spiritual treasures could resist it. No one could compete with it. In the chaotic battle, corpses of the demon race fell from the sky one after another. As long as they were illuminated by the moonlight, they all died. Yenryu faced it head-on. She was enveloped by the brightest moonlight and naturally suffered the most powerful attack. The pure white light covered her like thin smoke. Clang! Yenryu was as ethereal as a fairy. Behind her, a strange phenomenon appeared. The sea and the sky were one color. The sky was like a sapphire, the blue waves were like a mirror. Golden lotuses grew from the sea. The lotus leaves were stained with dew, full of vitality and dazzling. A cool breeze brushed past. The blue sea rippled and the golden lotuses bloomed. The rich vitality made people feel as if they had arrived at the beginning of the world. There was actually a chaotic aura. In the surroundings, many experts of the Ji family had not yet recovered. They were turned into the most basic spiritual energy by this rich vitality. They died in a daze. The sea and the sky were one color. The golden lotuses shone brightly. It was as if the world was being created. Clang, clang, clang. The silver moon sprinkled down was all caught by the golden lotuses. They emitted waves of clanging sounds. Thousands of rays of light and thousands of auspicious colors appeared. It was a magnificent scene. Yenryu was like a fairy standing in the jade pool. Planting golden lotuses in the sea of bitterness and rising from the sea of the bright moon were on the same level. They were the sea of reincarnation phenomena of the ancient great powers. Very few people in the present world could cultivate them. Ji Haoyue's expression changed. He walked in the void and quickly approached. He was like a flying goose, elegant and agile. The bright moon in the sky fell down and suppressed Yenryu. The moonlight sprinkled down could destroy demonic experts. Now that the whole body was falling down, one could imagine how terrifying its power was. Yenryu's silhouette was faint and hazy. She was elegant and otherworldly. Golden lotuses swayed behind her, overflowing with vitality. Golden flowers bloomed in the wind, emitting a refreshing fragrance. The golden lotus petals soared into the sky, sparkling and translucent. In an instant, they submerged the bright moon. The two of them were like immortals that had descended to the mortal world. Their sleeves fluttered in the wind, and they were ethereal and elegant. There were no ripples in their movements, and the scene of their duel was like a poem or a painting. However, the spectators didn't think so. Everyone quickly retreated. Even though the battlefield was calm like a cool breeze brushing against a mountain, the surroundings were already boiling, almost going berserk. The flowing hazy moonlight and the overflowing golden clouds of the lotus petals were like a tide, surging in all directions. Nothing could stop them. Many people didn't even have time to scream before they were directly turned into ashes, leaving nothing behind. It was a terrifying battle. This was the unique power of the sea of reincarnation phenomenon. No ordinary cultivator could contend against it. Purple light flickered in Ji Haoyue's eyes as if they contained a demonic nature. The blue sea behind him surged to the heavens. He struck out with true fire, and the bright moon revolved around his body as an even more terrifying divine power condensed. Yenryu was otherworldly. Her skin of ice and body of jade were hidden among the golden lotuses, making her even more ethereal. A powerful vitality pervaded the air as lotus after lotus broke through the water. They were like ancient trees that extended towards the blue sky. At this moment, the vast ocean surged between the mountains. The moon fell from the blue sky, and the golden lotuses split the firmament. It was dazzling, and waves of immortal music rang out. Everyone was retreating, and a few experts of the demon race finally took the chance to break through. A moment later, at the center of the battlefield, the bright moon collapsed, the golden lotuses withered, and the vast ocean wreaked havoc. It was an incomparably terrifying scene. Rumble. No matter how fast everyone retreated, they couldn't outrun the resplendent light beam. Many people were pierced through, and under the blazing multicolored light, they fell here forever. Blood filled the air, and corpses were everywhere. At the center of the battlefield, when everything calmed down, Ji Haoyue's purple robe was torn, and a strand of Yen Ryu's fine black hair fell down. The two of them stood facing each other. "Your Highness, leave quickly. There's no need to buy more time for us." Three old women anxiously shouted in the distance. They took out their spirit treasures and stood in front of Yen Ryu, wanting her to retreat. Meanwhile, 5 old men of the Ji family took out their own weapons in the distant sky to support Ji Haoyue. They were nervous about the divine body of their family, as if it was a rare treasure. They couldn't allow it to be lost. "All of you, leave quickly." Yen Ryu ordered the 3 old women to put away their spirit treasures and leave. Clang! Above Ji Haoyue's head, an ancient mirror floated up and down, emitting beams of primal chaos light. It gently trembled, and even though it was far away, it still killed the 3 experts of the demon race. The 3 of them were shattered into dust by the primal chaos and turned into a bloody mist. The ancient mirror's power was monstrous. Yen Ryu couldn't stop it in time. Her jade-like body emitted divine light in all directions, and there was a beam of light in her palm. It was as dazzling as a rainbow-colored beam, and no one could see it clearly. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. Although the experts of the Ji family who came to help were enveloped by the primal chaos aura of the ancient mirror, they still couldn't escape. All of them were pierced through and died a violent death. In the distance, the 3 old men of the Ji family quietly stood in the sky. Their hair and beards were all white, and they looked sage-like. One of them said, "The Fiend Emperor's holy weapon truly lives up to its name." The inheritance of the Ji family was very long. That ancient mirror was mysterious and unfathomable. It was the weapon of the first generation of the Ji family. It had been passed down from the Desolate Era, and it possessed unimaginable power. The holy weapon in Yen Ryu's hand also had a great origin. It was the weapon of the Fiend Emperor, and there was no doubt that it was terrifying. In the entire eastern wasteland, besides the ancient tower, which was a supreme treasure that existed with the world, the ancient mirror and the Fiend Emperor's holy weapon were definitely the top holy items. At first, the 2 of them didn't dare to use the ancient weapon because they were afraid. If the 2 holy weapons were to fight, it would be hard to predict what would happen. That bronze mirror was very simple, and there were mysterious patterns engraved on it. It gave people a feeling that it was natural. It interweaved into Tao and truth, and it gave birth to primal chaos. It floated up and down, making people's hearts palpitate. At this moment, the ancient mirror and Ji Haoyue's moon slowly merged into one. The 2 hung high in the sky and trembled slightly. The aura of the Absolute Beginning immediately spread out. It quickly enlarged, and it was filled with an ancient and majestic aura as it pressed down. Yen Ryu was like a fairy standing in the clouds. Even though she was surrounded by the sky made of golden lotuses, she still couldn't see what the Fiend Emperor's holy weapon looked like. At this moment, her beautiful hair fluttered in the wind. Her watery eyes suddenly shot out 2 blazing beams of divine light. All the golden lotuses behind her flew into the sky and merged with the Fiend Emperor's holy weapon, rushing towards the ancient mirror. There was no horrifying energy fluctuation, and there was no earth-shattering sound. Everything was as calm as water. It was like a piece of cloud drifting by, and specks of primal chaos light rippled out. It was like nothing had happened at all. After a long time, the two people in the center of the battlefield trembled and constantly retreated. The ancient mirror flew back and fell into the vast ocean. The golden lotuses withered and fell into the blue sea along with the Fiend Emperor's holy weapon. Without a sound, the surrounding mountains suddenly turned into ashes like melting snowflakes, disappearing in the blink of an eye. This terrifying scene shocked everyone. Everyone felt a deep chill in their hearts. If they hadn't retreated to a safe area, none of them would have survived. Yenryu saw that the stone coffin and Yifan were no longer in the battlefield. She didn't feel much joy after breaking out of the encirclement. She sighed softly and her face was filled with helplessness because she couldn't save the others. This was all she could do. Other than Ji Haoyue's unfathomable divine body, she was most worried about the three transcendental elders in the sky. The three of them had been protecting Ji Haoyue from beginning to end, and they closely watched the battlefield. They gave her a strong sense of oppression. Yenryu's flawless beauty and watery eyes swept across the besieged fiend race cultivators. Her red lips slightly opened and she said, "I'm sorry. Your Highness, there is no need to fight for us anymore. You should leave quickly." The fiend race cultivators all shouted loudly. The scene was somewhat tragic. They knew that it was difficult for them to escape death today. At this moment, everyone rushed in all directions towards the Ji clan cultivators. They crazily counterattacked, wanting to open up a path of blood for Yenryu. Yenryu's gaze swept past everyone. Without saying anything, she turned into a rainbow light and rushed towards the horizon, beginning to break out of the encirclement. However, Ji Haoyue and the three transcendental elders had already locked onto her. They followed her like a shadow and didn't want to let her go. Kill, this was a bloody massacre. The fiend race cultivators continuously fell from the sky. Almost all of them died in battle. Yenryu was as fast as lightning. Her rainbow light tore through the sky, but she still couldn't get rid of Ji Haoyue who was behind her. As for the three elders, they were all Ji Haoyue's protectors. They followed closely behind him. Although they wouldn't make a move for now, they still possessed an incomparable deterrent force. At this moment, Yifan was already hundreds of miles away. He was protected by a few old women and safely rushed out of the encirclement. It was difficult for him to calm down. A bright moon rose from the sea, and a golden lotus grew in the sea of bitterness. They appeared one after another in the world, and their power was truly unpredictable. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind, and that was to become stronger and cultivate the sacred body of the ancients. As for the ancient mirror and the sacred weapon of the demon emperor, they also shocked him greatly. According to the old women, the two of them only exerted 10% of the power of the sacred weapon, yet its power was already so great that it was undeniably terrifying. I'm really curious why you guys are protecting a young human. Even when you're breaking out of the encirclement, you didn't leave him behind. A clear and melodious voice was heard, like pearls falling on a jade plate. Right in front of him, a 17 or 18-year-old girl blocked the way with a few elders. The girl was dressed in purple and had an indescribably noble temperament. However, when she smiled, it was a different kind of charm. Her eyes were bright and sparkling, and there was a small dimple on her left cheek. She looked very charming and playful. The few old women of the fiend race frowned. Ji Haoyue was dressed in purple, and the girl was also dressed in a fluttering purple robe. It was easy to associate them together. The girl in purple was extremely beautiful. Her eyes were big, and her eyelashes were long. She looked very lively and playful, giving people a sense of quick-wittedness. Take that young man down. I want to see what's so special about him. The girl in purple giggled, and the small dimple on her left cheek appeared again. Her big eyes suddenly narrowed into a crescent shape. Chapter 123. The few elders were expressionless. As they walked in the void, it was as if a few mountains were pressing down on them, making it hard for them to breathe. After the four old women of the demon race broke out of the encirclement, they were already exhausted and full of injuries. The 7 elders opposite them were not weaker than them. If this battle carried on, there would be no suspense at all. There's no need to kill them. Just take them down. The young lady in purple giggled and transmitted her voice. Her hair danced and her purple robe fluttered, making her look like a fairy. The few old women of the demon race sighed secretly. They knew that there was no chance of winning at all. If they continued to fight, only death awaited them, and nothing could be changed. The few of them had been through a lot and were not inflexible. If they died here, there would be no meaning. Eventually, they chose to break out of the encirclement. The four of them all used the means to perish together with the enemy. They were very unyielding and would rather die than surrender. Blood splattered everywhere, and they burned their vitality. Finally, they broke out of the encirclement but left Yifan here. The 7 elders were about to chase after him, but they were stopped by the young lady in purple. She wrinkled her delicate nose and said, "Forget it. I don't want to see blood. We are not here to fight anyway. Let the others deal with him." At this point, she personally walked forward and circled around Yifan. She sized him up and said, "Who are you? As a human cultivator, why are you with those big demons?" Yifan was very calm and went forward to express his gratitude. "Thank you for saving me. I am an itinerant cultivator and accidentally entered the demon grotto heaven. Unfortunately, I was captured. Luckily, you all helped." Lies. The young lady in purple combed her beautiful hair and smiled. She glanced at him and said, "You are obviously in cahoots with those demons. How dare you lie to me like this? If you don't tell the truth, I have all kinds of ways to deal with you." Sigh, it's a long story. I have no choice either. This is what happened. Yifan was full of nonsense. He could not possibly say the heart of the demon god. If he did, the few people present would immediately cut open his sea of suffering and snatch the saint heart. The purple-clothed girl walked forward and pinched Yifan's cheek. She said with a malicious smile, "Little brother, you're really naughty. If you don't tell the truth, don't blame big sister for being impolite." This young girl was only 17 or 18 years old, but Yifan's actual age was already over 20 years old. This form of address made him feel very speechless. "Why aren't you talking?" A small dimple appeared on the girl's left cheek, and a crafty light flashed in her eyes. She pinched Yifan's face and said, "I'm actually a very kind person. Even if you don't tell me the truth, I won't kill you. At most, I'll carve a little turtle on your left cheek and a little toad on your right cheek. I have nothing to hide." Yifan stalled for time while thinking of a way to escape. He had to escape as soon as possible. He had too many secrets in the sea of suffering. If he fell into the hands of the Ji family, they would most likely be leaked out. In the distant sky, golden lotuses bloomed, and a graceful celestial body turned into a stream of light and rushed over. It was Yen Ryu. After seeing the scene in front of her, she waved her hand directly, and the golden lotuses bloomed in the field. The 7 elderly were instantly destroyed in both form and spirit. However, the purple-clothed girl did not die. Although blood seeped out from the corner of her mouth and she flew backward, her entire body flashed with a sparkling luster and blocked the golden lotuses. Yen Ryu attacked again. Golden lotuses were planted in the sea of suffering, and strange phenomena appeared. Bursts of fragrance came from the sky, and the blazing golden light drowned the bottom. Yen Ryu looked back and sent a voice transmission to Yifan. "I'm being chased. If you travel with me, you will most likely die. You can only rely on yourself." After that, she rushed into the distance and disappeared at the end of the horizon. Although she was the descendant of the demonic race Great Emperor, tens of thousands of years had passed. Things were no longer the same as before, and her bloodline had long declined. If she could escape now, she could only rely on the supreme figures of the demonic race. Cough. Below, specks of light flickered in the ravine that was cracked open. The purple-clothed girl actually did not die. She struggled out and muttered to herself, "That flawless demonic girl is too terrifying." Her head and face were covered in dirt, and she unceasingly coughed up blood. Only her pair of large eyes could still be considered intelligent. Her body swayed, and she stood up in the pile of rubble with difficulty. Yi Fan was deeply aware of Yen Ryu's strength. Even the experts of the older generation of the Ji clan found it difficult to block a single attack from her golden lotuses. However, this girl actually withstood it and did not die. This caused him to be extremely shocked. In the distance, there was a fluctuation of divine sense. Yi Fan was startled. This was definitely a supreme expert. It was most likely the cultivators who were chasing after Yen Ryu had arrived, and they were currently searching in the distant mountains. He hurriedly hid in the ravine below. The purple-clothed girl was startled, and she asked, "What are you doing?" Yi Fan made his move from very far away. He took out his own cauldron and pressed it down towards the girl. The purple-clothed girl struggled with all her might. However, she was heavily injured, and it was already a problem for her to even stand there. She swayed and swayed. It was already a miracle that she was able to survive under the strange phenomenon of planting golden lotuses in the sea of bitterness. She could not block the descending cauldron at all. Quickly stop. The purple-clothed girl was both angry and shocked. That cauldron was extremely simple and unadorned. It enlarged to a height of 5 meters and pressed down with a weight of over 10,000 caddies. It suppressed the purple-clothed girl beneath it, making her unable to move. Yi Fan quickly moved forward and continuously attacked. Rays of divine light shot out, and not only did he seal the purple-clothed girl's sea of bitterness, he also imprisoned her physical body to prevent any accidents from happening. "What are you trying to do?" The purple-clothed girl blinked her large eyes. She was not flustered at all, and she tilted her head to look at him. "I'll have to trouble you to escort me out." Yi Fan knew that when the Yao experts were protecting him to break out of the encirclement, he had definitely fallen into the eyes of the Ji clan. If he was discovered, it would be very difficult for him to escape. This girl's identity was not ordinary. If he captured her in his hands, she might become a protective talisman. Suddenly, Yi Fan heard the sound of flowing water coming from the canyon. His divine sense was incomparably powerful. The golden lake in between his eyebrows turned into a ray of golden light and shot towards the huge crack in the darkness. "There's an underground river." Yi Fan turned around and picked up the girl, jumping towards the huge crack in the darkness. Hey, I'm afraid of the dark." "Don't jump. I can guarantee that the Ji clan won't attack you. Quickly go up." The purple-clothed girl was a little flustered. If she was kidnapped like this, there was no guarantee that nothing would happen. "I'm used to controlling everything in my own hands. I don't want to entrust my hopes to others." Yi Fan calmly replied. "Right now, I don't need your protective talisman to play its role yet." One had to admit that Yi Fan's divine sense was extremely powerful. It had reached a frightening level. The golden lake in between his eyebrows was like a vertical eye, shining brilliantly. The huge crack in the darkness was as bright as day in his eyes. Everything could be sensed. After falling for a full 400 to 500 meters, they finally got close to the underground river. The water was rapid and bone-chilling. It was unknown where it flowed to. Plop. Yi Fan carried the girl and directly jumped in. He went with the flow and rushed into the distance. "You're crazy!" the purple-clothed girl screamed. Her watery eyes were wide open, and her long eyelashes kept blinking. She said, "The underground river is the most dangerous. It might not see the light of day for days or even months. We don't know where it will flow to. It might be connected to the eye of the sea, or it might enter an area with evil spirits. It's much safer than falling into the hands of the Ji clan." Yi Fan lightly replied. The purple-clothed girl smiled sweetly. Her dimples flashed, and she was very charming. She used her sweet voice to tempt him. "Little brother, you should believe me. As long as we get out, I can guarantee your safety. You should know that I even let those old women of the demon clan go." "Who are you to the Ji clan? What's the relationship between you and Ji Haoyue?" Yi Fan wasn't moved and asked. "He's my 7th brother. As long as you let me go, there will be many benefits." I can let him teach you how to cultivate the sea-rising bright moon phenomenon. The purple-clothed girl's eyes flickered as she patiently guided him. Hiss. Yi Fan took a deep breath. The identity of this girl was not simple. She was the little sister of the divine physique Ji Haoyue. He murmured to himself, "It seems like I'll have to destroy this flower, you. Don't be reckless." The purple-clothed girl was startled. "You are an important character of the Ji clan. If the Ji clan finds out that you were kidnapped by me, they will kill me, so I can only apologize to you." The purple-clothed girl quickly struggled and said, "If you want to live, you can't kill me. Don't you know? Some special disciples of our Ji clan have a seal on them. Once they die, no matter how far away they are, the truth will be transmitted back to the Ji clan." Seal. You are a special disciple of the Ji clan? Yi Fan vaguely heard of this before. Don't act recklessly or else you won't be able to live if you kill me. The purple-clothed girl was afraid that Yi Fan would kill her on the spot. She said, "I was able to take on Demoness Wuxia's golden lotus phenomenon and was not killed on the spot. This is enough to prove everything." Yi Fan felt that this girl was not ordinary, but he was more inclined to believe that she had great treasures on her. He laughed and mimicked her previous tone. "I am actually a very kind person. Even if you don't tell the truth, I won't kill you. At most, I will carve a little turtle on the left side of your face and a little toad on the right. You. What do you want me to say?" The purple-clothed girl was both shocked and angry. Her watery eyes were wide open. "Hand over all the treasures you have on you." What? The purple-clothed girl's mouth was wide open as her eyelashes trembled. Her expression was full of disbelief. "You are robbing me?" "That's right, the robber is you. Hand over everything you have." After a full month, Yi Fan and the purple-clothed girl finally escaped from the underground river. They were washed into a massive lake, and they felt the immense water pressure. If it was a normal person, they would have been crushed to death. The water was completely dark and couldn't be seen with the naked eye. However, this didn't affect Yi Fan at all. The golden lake on his forehead emitted a bright light. His powerful divine intents allowed him to scan all directions and see everything. What is this place? He was shocked. At the bottom of the water, there were many ruins and palaces. Yi Fan carefully walked in the water. At this moment, the purple-clothed girl was shrouded by his divine power. She could barely see 2 to 3 meters around her and exclaimed, "Oh God, could this be a ruin from the primordial era?" Yi Fan walked forward. Suddenly, his heart trembled. There was actually an enormous copper palace in front of him. It was incomparably grand, almost comparable to a small city. It did not collapse and could still be considered to be in good condition. The surface was mottled with green rust, looking simple and unadorned, giving off an extremely desolate feeling. He found it hard to imagine where he had been washed to. Ah! At this moment, the purple-clothed girl in the light suddenly screamed. If she could move, she would have already escaped. At first, Yi Fan was attracted by the copper palace that was like a small city and didn't pay attention to the surrounding scenery. Only now did he discover dozens of corpses. As he walked, the water flowed. Those corpses floated up from the ruins and appeared behind him. Their appearances couldn't be seen clearly. They were all sealed by a layer of waxy grease. Their bodies seemed to have formed a layer of cocoon. They looked very evil. Isn't it just a few corpses? What is there to be afraid of? Which lake hasn't drowned people before? These are wax corpses from the primordial era. The purple-clothed girl screamed. Her face was extremely pale. Normally, it's hard to even see one, but there are dozens of them here. There seems to be more. Oh God, what is this place? Yi Fan's heart trembled. He carefully walked toward the copper palace in front of him. When he came close, the purple-clothed girl saw the copper palace that was as big and grand as a small city. Her face instantly paled. Bronze Immortal Palace, how is this possible? It really exists in this world. Is something wrong? Seeing her expression, Yi Fan felt even more uneasy. Let's go, we have to leave here or else we'll all die. The purple-clothed girl wasn't afraid when she was kidnapped by Yi Fan. But now, her face was full of terror. Yi Fan's heart went cold. He asked, "What is this place?" Chapter 124. Don't ask. Let's get out of here first. The girl's eyes were full of fear. The bottom of the lake was dark and gloomy. Yi Fan's body was glowing like a lantern in the water. The rusty bronze palace in front of him was as big as a city. It made him feel uneasy. A special vibration came. Yi Fan carried the purple-clothed girl and retreated. Behind him, 7 or 8 wax corpses floated up from the broken walls. It was a very strange sight. Faster. The girl in purple looked at him with tears in her eyes. Her face was pale. Yi Fan was not an impulsive person. In this unknown situation, he would not take risks. He broke the water and wanted to leave the bottom of the lake. However, a terrifying aura that caused one's heart to palpitate came crashing down from above, causing the two of them to be horrified. A huge shadow, like a cloud that blotted out the sky, slowly floated past. Yi Fan could not bear it. The light around his body was extinguished. The girl in purple almost suffocated. The two of them were pushed down by a powerful force. They fell to the bottom of the lake. What is that? Yi Fan was bewildered. He sent out his powerful consciousness, but it was like a clay ox entering the sea. The top was gray as if a giant creature had swum by. He was not satisfied. He picked up the girl in purple and swam in another direction. Then, he broke the water again. However, the same thing happened again. The top was dark. It was like a terrifying black hole was releasing strange demonic energy. It was like a mountain was pressing down. It was suffocating. Yi Fan seemed to be hit by a thunder god's hammer. His body shook and he fell down again. He could not get up. What is that? Is it a living creature? His expression was solemn. He felt that things were not good. The purple-clothed young lady's god power was sealed and she was continuously being suppressed. She was on the verge of fainting as she leaned against Yi Fan's body. Wake up. Yi Fan shook her awake. It's over. We can't escape. The purple-clothed girl's face was pale, and her big eyes were filled with fear. She no longer had her original playfulness. The enormous shadow was like an ancient beast from the beginning of the world. It was boundless and covered the top of the lake, making it impossible to rush over. Yi Fan wanted to find the underground river and retrace his steps, but he could no longer find it. Don't search anymore. That's a rootless river, also known as the Underworld River. Once it breaks away, it will disappear without a trace. It's impossible to find it. The purple-clothed young lady was sobbing, her expression dispirited. At this moment, the surroundings were sealed and there was no way to leave. Yi Fan stopped trying and calmed himself down. He asked in detail, what exactly is going on? What kind of place is this? What kind of background does the Bronze Immortal Palace have? The purple-clothed girl had a distressed look on her face. She blinked her large eyes and said, "Woo-woo. I don't want to die. I'm so smart, beautiful, and peerless. I haven't even shown my splendor and my name has spread throughout the eastern wasteland. How could I end up in such a place? Don't be so narcissistic, hurry up and say it." Yi Fan unceremoniously knocked on her smooth, jade-like forehead. The Bronze Immortal Palace has only appeared a few times in history. Its background is mysterious, and no one knows its past. Once you enter, there is no way out. The purple-clothed girl sighed. Am I really going to die here? Yi Fan felt uneasy. It is the tomb of a peerless expert. Every time it appears, the eastern wasteland will be shaken. Peerless experts will rush over like moths to a flame. Why? Yi Fan didn't understand. Legend has it that this majestic palace was built by an immortal. For countless years, almost no one in the eastern wasteland has become an immortal. Those who stand at the peak of the immortal Tao naturally can't resist the temptation. Hiss. Yi Fan sucked in a breath of cold air. This bronze immortal palace seemed to have a great origin. Tell me in detail. After the shock, the purple-clothed girl calmed down a lot. However, her expression was still somewhat dejected. She wrinkled her nose and said, "It appeared long before the Antiquity era, so ancient." Yi Fan was shocked. If that was the case, then the bronze immortal palace was equivalent to running through half of the eastern wasteland's history. Legend has it that it was built by an immortal, but there is no proof. Over the years, it has only appeared 4 or 5 times and buried many peerless experts. According to the purple-clothed girl, the bronze immortal palace was very mysterious. This relic could move under the eastern wasteland. Every time it appeared, it would appear in a different region and drift along the river of darkness. The legend might not be true. There must be a way to escape. Yi Fan frowned and thought. Then, he asked, "Think carefully again. Is there anything you missed?" "What I know is what I read in the ancient books. There are only a few records." At this point, the purple-clothed girl seemed to have thought of something and said, "It seems like there was one time." The purple-clothed girl had heard of a legend. In a certain era, the eastern wasteland was extremely prosperous. Many peerless figures appeared. At that time, the immortal palace appeared again. The peerless figures of that time worked together and snatched a corpse from the bronze immortal palace. It is said that it was the corpse of an immortal. Yi Fan was shocked. There really are immortals? The purple-clothed girl shook her head and said, "This matter was not recorded in the ancient books. It is just a rumor in the eastern wasteland. I don't know if it is true or not." "Where did the immortal's corpse end up?" "It seems, it was divided equally by the Holy Land and the clan of the ancients." "There is such a thing." Yi Fan found it hard to calm down. No wonder it was called the Bronze Immortal Palace. It seemed to have some connection with immortals. He immediately thought of the Ji clan and said, "Does this mean that the Ji clan got a share of the immortal's corpse?" "It is said that countless years ago, my clan obtained an immortal's arm. However, the elders in the clan all denied it. Anyway, I have never seen it. Even if it is true, they would definitely deny it. There is no way they would let a little girl like you know." Hey, hey. Little brother, don't be so old. You are not as old as me." The purple-clothed girl glanced at him with dissatisfaction. Yi Fan chuckled and pinched her nose. "I have lived for more than 10,000 years. How can a little girl like you compare to me?" The bronze palace, which was as grand as a city, was majestic and full of green rust. It was engraved with the aura of time. Yi Fan circled around it a few times but did not dare to go too deep. It had appeared in the Eastern Barren Territory many times and buried the top figures of several eras. No one could truly understand its origin. No one had ever walked out of it alive, which made it even more mysterious. Yi Fan gazed at the wax corpses in the ruins, wanting to find some clues from them. These corpses are very likely to be the peerless experts of the past. The purple-clothed girl twisted her body and said, "Let me go. Let me look for clues as well." Yi Fan's heart was not at ease. If they really were the peerless experts of the past, he might be able to find great treasures from them. He peeled off the oil from one of the wax corpses and immediately revealed a lifelike human body. It was a Taoist nun. She was as beautiful as a flower and looked extremely lifelike, as if she was in a deep sleep. However, in just an instant, the ruddy-faced nun shriveled up. Then, her flesh and blood withered and turned into a skeleton. The water rippled and the white bones shattered, leaving nothing behind. The power of time is the most terrifying. As long as one hasn't become an immortal, no one can resist it. The purple-clothed girl revealed a shocked expression and said, "This corpse has existed for countless years. It was wrapped in mysterious energy and preserved until now. After its true body was exposed, it naturally couldn't exist for long." Yi Fan peeled off several wax corpses. Every time the oil peeled off, a lifelike ancient person would be revealed. However, in just an instant, it would turn into ashes, leaving nothing behind. He found some scrap metal on the ground. Those were the powerful spiritual treasures of the ancient people. However, after a long time, they had completely shattered. This is a person from before the primordial era. I don't know how many tens of thousands of years he has existed for. Nothing can be left behind. The purple-clothed girl shouted again, "Let me go. Maybe I can find some valuable clues." Yi Fan peeled off dozens of wax corpses, but the results were all the same. Once exposed, they would turn into ashes in an instant. At this moment, Yi Fan felt a strange fluctuation coming from the huge copper palace. He said solemnly, "Not good, we have to leave quickly." He picked up the purple-clothed girl and rushed upwards. He wanted to force his way out, but a huge force was tearing towards them. "Aya, run!" The purple-clothed girl cried out in fear. She found that the two of them were flying towards the copper palace and were about to sink in. Yi Fan was shocked. His sea of bitterness boiled, his life spring gushed out, and he used all his divine force. However, he still couldn't break free. The copper palace seemed to have a strange magical power that sucked them in. Bang! The two of them landed heavily on the ground. At this moment, they were already inside the copper palace. It was endless and spacious. There was an indescribable silence. The inside was drowsy and blurry. They couldn't find the palace door. It was as if they had arrived in a desert without any signs of life. Time seemed to have stopped here, as if they were at the end of the world. "I don't want to die. I, Gzua, am a peerless beauty. I haven't even become an immortal. How can I fall here? Can you not be so narcissistic?" Yi Fan was really defeated by her. A faint mist lingered around. It was extremely hazy. In the spacious copper palace, one couldn't see the end. It was as if they had arrived at the beginning of the world. Kacha! The sound of something shattering could be heard. The purple-clothed girl immediately cried out in fear, "What did my foot touch?" There was a snow-white skeleton on the ground. There were many cracks all over its body. It lay there quietly. With just a slight touch, it would turn into bone powder. This person must have been incomparably powerful when he was alive. He wasn't wrapped up by the mysterious energy and his skeleton was actually preserved. Yi Fan was very shocked. He squatted down and carefully looked at it. There were a few dried blood words on the ground. They were dark red and blurry. There was an indescribable charm to them. It was as if the essence, energy, and spirit of this expert were condensed here. It gave people a very special feeling as if it was conveying a type of emotion. "May I ask the heavens if there are immortals?" There were only these few words. Before this person died, he seemed to be filled with regret and unwillingness. To be able to preserve his skeleton, he was definitely a peerless expert from countless years ago. However, his heart was lost even at the moment of his death. One could imagine the disappointment and regret of not being able to see the clear sky. Chapter 125. This was definitely a genius of his generation. Unfortunately, he was buried here, and no one knew about him. He died in confusion. Since ancient times, many cultivators were sad. There was no hope of becoming an immortal. Many strong cultivators died in doubt and confusion in their later years. Yi Fan couldn't find a way out, so he chose a direction and walked forward. Not long after, he found another skeleton lying on the ground. The lower jaw was slightly open, and it seemed to be full of loneliness before death. There were also blood words here. Yi Fan squatted down and read them carefully. Becoming an immortal. Difficult. 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 These 5 words were full of bitterness. This person seemed to be in despair before death. There are words. The girl in purple looked at the bottom of the snow-white arm. Yi Fan gently pushed the arm away, and it immediately turned into white powder. Below, there were a few words, Tian Xian Yang Yizhen. Heavens! The girl in purple exclaimed. Her red lips were wide open, and her face was full of shock. She said, Tianxian Holy Land's Yang Yizhen, a peerless figure recorded in the history of the Eastern Baron. 15,000 years ago, he dominated the Eastern Baron, and few could rival him. To think that he died here. Hearing this, Yi Fan was also very surprised. The Tianxian Holy Land no longer existed, and only Crazy Ol was left. This huge copper palace was indeed the burial ground of peerless cultivators. In the past, many strong cultivators came here like moths to a flame in search of hope of becoming an immortal. But in the end, they all died here. The third skeleton made the girl in purple scream. She was very excited. Although the dark red blood was very blurry, she could still make out the words. The deceased was a famous person of the Ji clan. This is the ancestor of the Ji clan from 9,000 years ago. Not only is he recorded in the Ji clan's genealogy, but his name is also left in the history of the Eastern Baron. Who would have thought? Yi Fan continued forward and saw more than 30 corpses. A few of them had names, and they were all peerless cultivators recorded in the history of the Eastern Baron. The copper palace was empty, and there was no end. There was no way out. The lake water did not flow in, and this place was a world of its own. It's so hard to become an immortal. Yi Fan had a feeling in his heart. Since ancient times, no one at the peak of the eastern wilderness had been able to surpass it. How did these people fall? If we die here, won't even leave behind our bones? The purple-clothed girl was depressed. She had never thought that such a day would come. I can't be trapped here. Yi Fan thought quietly, but there was nothing he could do. So many heroes had died here, so how could he escape? Suddenly, the copper palace began to tremble. A tremendous power descended like a silver river, as if the starry sky was withering. The enormous pressure made people feel suffocated. The copper palace was hazy, actually surging with primal chaos. It was like mist, hazy and indistinct as it drowned the two of them. It was as easy as crushing dry weeds, impossible to stop. This was a type of source power, as if the universe had just been created, the world just formed. Stars flickered, primal chaos raged, unstoppable. If the two of them were submerged by it, they would undoubtedly die. I don't want to die. The purple-clothed girl screamed, constantly muttering the names of the ancient people who had already become immortals. Yi Fan's heart was completely chilled. He really had no way to stop the power of primal chaos. At this moment, many figures appeared in his heart. In this short instant, it was as if he had experienced a lifetime. Suddenly, Yi Fan's sea of reincarnation trembled slightly. The still green copper block actually swayed a little, and the surging primal chaos immediately became sluggish. After that, he felt the spring at the bottom of the sea become empty. The simple and unadorned bronze block actually broke away from the sea of reincarnation and appeared before him. There was no luster, no energy fluctuations, and it was simple and unadorned. What is this? The purple-clothed girl's eyes widened, her eyelashes trembling slightly, revealing a puzzled expression. Monstrous waves surged in Yi Fan's heart. The green copper block had actually appeared. This was unprecedented. It trembled lightly in front of him, and then the surroundings became calm. The green copper block disappeared with a flash, once again sinking into the spring at the bottom of the sea, which made it difficult for Yi Fan to calm down. The purple-clothed girl was extremely astonished and kept asking, but he didn't reply. The copper hall was empty and gloomy. Yi Fan and the purple-clothed girl discovered to their astonishment that they were no longer at their original position. 2 doors had actually appeared in front of them. There were more than 10 skeletons here. The bones had a sparkling luster and hadn't turned into bone powder, which was enough to prove their extraordinariness. Yi Fan walked up and lightly knocked on them. The white bones actually emitted a sonorous sound as if they were made of metal and stone. They were definitely not ordinary bones, and even the passage of time couldn't completely erase them. There were several skeletons with words written in blood. One of the words written by a certain person caused Yi Fan to be slightly dazed. I have an immortal heart, but it has been sealed by the dust for a long time. When will the dust dissipate and light be reborn, illuminating 10,000 mountains and rivers? This was a kind of great boldness, but at the same time, it was also a kind of helplessness and even more so a kind of despair. When one's strength reached this realm, it was absolutely world-shaking, but there was still no hope of becoming an immortal. These words were filled with regret and desolation. This person. The purple-clothed girl was in a daze. She muttered, "There are rumors in the world that this person is suspected to have become an immortal, but he actually died here." A person who was believed to have become an immortal had actually died here. This made people even more suspicious about whether immortals really existed. Yi Fan sized up the skeletons and felt endless emotions in his heart. He now also had doubts about whether immortals really existed in the eastern wasteland. After passing by the skeletons and arriving before the two doors, Yi Fan's heart trembled. The two doors were shaped like the yin and yang fish of the Taiji diagram. The door on the left was a black yin fish, and the door on the right was a white yang fish. Both looked like irregular crescent moons. This, two combined into one, is the Taiji diagram. Yi Fan couldn't help but be shocked. Taoism, Chinese medicine, traditional culture, from the pillars of the Temple of Confucius's Great Accomplishment Hall to the Laguantai, the Three Latrines Palace, the Taiji diagram was known as the #1 diagram in ancient China, and it was as mysterious as the cauldron. On the black yin fish door, there was a vigorous ancient character. It had an oppressive aura that could send people flying. Die. This character could be said to be very inauspicious. It was like a curse that was imprinted on it, and it even had a bloody smell. On the white yang fish gate, there was only one word carved on it: life. The strokes were vigorous, and there was a natural charm to it. It flowed with a peaceful aura, the complete opposite of the yin fish door. At this moment, there was no path behind them. It was hazy and dark. There was a choice of life and death in front of them. Yi Fan and the purple-clothed girl couldn't calm down. There were only two paths they could take. There's nothing to hesitate about. Of course we have to choose life. Who would choose death? Ji Ziyue wrinkled her nose, and her eyes narrowed into crescents. Don't take things too hard and choose death. I still want to become an immortal. Yi Fan ignored her and pondered in silence. In the end, he muttered to himself, Taiji gives birth to yin and yang rise together. Yang is life, and yin is death. However, he didn't make such a choice because it didn't conform to Tao and Taiji. He stared at the yin and yang doors and said, extreme yang gives birth to yin, and extreme yin gives birth to yang. Yin and yang go against each other, and life and death switch places. He had read many ancient books, and there were many similar sayings. In the end, he pointed at the death door and said, this is the true path of life. Ji Ziyue's mouth opened into an O shape, and she said in shock, what nonsense are you talking about? The life door looks peaceful, but there will never be a way out. The death door will definitely have a light at the end of the tunnel, and you will be able to survive. Are you sure? Ji Ziyue blinked her eyes and stared at him. Don't let your imagination run wild, or you will cause the future immortal Ji Ziyue to die. If that happens, you will have sowed great karma. Yi Fan was a little hesitant. He made his decision because he saw the split Taiji, but this was the other side of the starry sky, not ancient China. His logic might not be applicable. Ji Ziyue wrinkled her delicate nose and said, little brother, are you confident? Dong. Yi Fan knocked on her jade-like forehead and said, call me brother, don't be impolite. Ji Ziyue's eyes were brimming with tears, and she ground her pair of shiny canines until they creaked. She said angrily, if you dare to knock me again, don't blame me for being impolite in the future. I am a future immortal. In the end, Yi Fan chose the death door and strode forward. Boom! Suddenly, a tsunami-like sound was heard. The yin fish door was like an abyss, rushing over. The yang fish door flickered with white light, penetrating through. Black and white opposed each other, the brilliance of life and death reflected each other. Yin and yang qi circulated, covering the sky and earth, making a rumbling sound like a raging ocean, and also like thunder that resounded through the 9 heavens and 10 earth. When Taiji was first formed, life and death opposed each other, the yin and yang qi were hazy. This kind of collision was incomparably terrifying. It could give birth to all things, and it could also make the world wither. Suddenly, the green copper piece trembled and rushed out again, stopping in front of the yin-yang door. Although it was simple and unadorned, it was as majestic as a mountain, causing the yin and yang qi to disappear. What kind of treasure is this? Ji Ziyue's mouth was wide open. She was very surprised, and a strange light flashed in her pair of intelligent eyes. Yi Fan did not respond. When the wind and waves calmed down, the green copper piece returned to his body and he continued to stride forward. The yin fish door, the bloody concept, was like the underworld, rushing towards them. At this moment, he and the purple-clothed girls saw mountains of corpses and seas of blood at the same time. There were countless skeletons, and they were like a small boat in a storm that could capsize at any time. Yi Fan firmly pushed open the death door represented by the black yin fish door with great force. Behind him, there was no dense killing intent, no rain of blood, only an empty road that extended to an unknown place. Thud, 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 the empty footsteps echoed, like an ancient road that no one had walked for tens of thousands of years. It was extremely quiet. Where does this ancient road lead to? Could it be that there is a secret to becoming an immortal at the end? Ji Ziyue's eyes curved into crescent moons. After a full hour, Yi Fan finally reached the end. Right in front of him, the primal chaos was hazy, and the yin and yang qi circulated. This was a spacious hall made of bronze, and there were a few shining white bones on the ground. A huge, immortal word was carved on the bronze wall in front of him. It had an indescribable charm, and it was actually written with fresh blood. It had been branded into the bronze, and the blood was fresh and had not dried at all. Bright bloody light shot out in all directions. It was extremely demonic. Immortals should be incomparably holy, so how could they be blasphemed with blood? Moreover, this blood was obviously not ordinary. Who knew how many tens of thousands of years had passed, and all the experts' flesh and blood had been turned into ashes. Only a few peerless experts left behind white bones. And here, the blood on the immortal word was still bright red and glistening, as if it was still flowing. It was truly unimaginable. Could it be the blood of an immortal? Chapter 126. Was it really immortal blood? Yi Fan and Ji Ziyue could not help but have such a thought. The bright red blood shone brilliantly, imprinting itself on the copper wall in front of them, forming a huge, immortal character. It was about 9 meters tall and radiated brilliance in all directions. It was resplendent and dazzling, as if it was condensed from resplendent scarlet clouds. Is the secret to becoming an immortal here? Ji Ziyue's eyes flickered as her lips curled up. She tilted her head to look. The resplendent bloody character gave Yi Fan a strange feeling. He calmed his heart and focused, carefully savoring it, hoping to discover something. Chaos surged in the hall as yin and yang energies circulated. The resplendent, immortal character had an indescribable charm to it. Unknowingly, the two of them were in a daze, as if they had touched upon an indescribable concept. The front gradually became hazy, like a dream or an illusion, giving off an unreal feeling. Heaven and earth withered and then flourished, evolving and dying. The great Tao was clear and ethereal, changing unpredictably and never extinguishing. All sorts of inexplicable phenomena appeared, causing one to be both intoxicated and at a loss, falling into a dazed state. The two of them reached out as if they wanted to grab forward and grab that inexplicable trajectory. Name, the mother of all things. Heaven and earth have form, yin and yang have hardness and softness, combining to nourish all things and create life. Nameless, the beginning of heaven and earth. Formless and shapeless, born from nothingness, endless like a strand of gossamer, traceless and eternal. The beginning of heaven and earth, the root of the Tao. In a daze, there seemed to be a voice reverberating in the hall, tempting one to move forward and explore the root of heaven and earth, opening the door of profundity. This was a great temptation, as if the hope of becoming an immortal was right in front of them. The sonorous voice of the great Tao reverberated continuously like a great bell, allowing one to comprehend. Although Jizu's divine power was sealed, her physical body had regained its freedom. She had a peaceful expression on her face as she walked forward step by step, as if she was intoxicated. Yi Fan was the same. There seemed to be a bright lamp hanging high in the sky, emitting boundless charm and guiding him forward. The profundity of the heavenly voice and endless dharmic formulations appeared before his eyes as a divine path appeared beneath his feet. Unable to resist the temptation, the two of them unconsciously took a step forward. The two of them were incomparably pious, as if they were being summoned, as if they were being guided. At this moment, in their eyes, sacred springs gushed out from the ground, golden lotuses descended from the sky, phoenixes fluttered in the sky, auspicious colors shot out in 1,000 streaks, and divine rainbows shot out in a myriad of colors. All sorts of auspicious lights flowed endlessly. Suddenly, Yi Fan's golden sea of bitterness surged into the sky. Thunder and lightning intertwined. His flesh shell seemed to be cast in gold, burning fiercely. At this moment, all of the auspicious signs became indistinct, everything becoming hazy. He felt as if he was facing an abyss, as if he had fallen into the underworld. His entire body was ice cold, cold sweat pouring down. He couldn't see the surrounding scenery clearly. Endless fog surrounded him. Dense killing intent covered the sky and earth, completely enveloping him. He broke out into a cold shiver, vaguely feeling that he was only a step away from death. The so-called sonorous voice of the great Tao was just that illusory, just that faintly discernible, no longer real. At the same time, Jizu's petite body also emitted a multicolored light. Her jade-white body was sparkling with specks of light. As if struck by lightning, she stopped in her tracks, looking extremely dazed. Dong! In Yi Fan's undersea spring eye, the green copper piece gently vibrated. He immediately felt his mind clear, completely recovering. The fog gradually dispersed, and he found that he had already arrived in front of the copper wall. He was only a few steps away from the celestial word imprinted in blood, about to touch it. And Jizu was even closer. She had already stretched out her jade-like hand, just a foot away, about to touch the bloody, celestial word. He pulled the purple-clothed girl back, and then quickly retreated. When they were far enough away, the scenery they saw finally became completely clear, no longer muddled and hazy. Looking forward again, the 9-meter-tall, celestial word was as terrifying as the underworld. It was dripping with blood, making one feel endless killing intent. All sorts of wondrous scenes and the endless sonorous voice of the great Tao had disappeared. There was no more mysterious Tao rhythm, only terror and terror. The two of them felt a chill, cold sweat pouring down their bodies. If they had taken a few more steps forward, they would probably have died in blood 5 steps. I clearly heard the heavenly voice of the great Tao. Why did it all disappear in the blink of an eye? There's no more celestial aura. Jizu was very puzzled. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He wanted to explore the endless mysteries, but in the end, he felt like he was facing an abyss, being led to the edge of death, making him feel a chill down his spine. At the final moment, if not for the golden waves of the sea of bitterness surging into the sky and the green copper piece shaking, he would probably have fallen into a pool of blood, no longer in this world. At the same time, he was a little surprised. Jizu's physique was also very special. She also stopped at the final moment. Although she was pulled back by him, it was enough to show that this woman was extraordinary. Looking at the few skeletons in the hall, Yi Fan's body turned cold. In order to find the secret to becoming an immortal, they turned into bones and slept here. This was the bloody reality. The illusory and ethereal all disappeared. The fog dispersed, leaving only killing intent, making the two of them break out in cold sweat. What does this foretell? Could it be that the end of cultivation is the abyss, hell, and immortal ascension is impossible? In the ancient history of the eastern wilderness, many peerless experts chased after immortals. Is it just a dead end? At the end, it will be a bottomless abyss. If this was the result, it would inevitably make one's heart turn cold. It would end the hope of cultivators and break the foundation of cultivation. At the end of the path of cultivation, are there immortals or not? Ji Ziyue was doubting whether the legendary figures who had become immortals in the ancient history of the eastern wilderness had really taken that step. Could it be that there are no immortals in this world? Could it be that this is a broken road that suddenly stops? At this moment, she recalled the words of the nameless cultivator. May I ask the heavens, are there immortals? Ji Ziyue resonated with him and felt sad. Yi Fan was also thinking about this question. He had seen 9 dragons pulling a coffin, but even someone as powerful as the person in the coffin died. The 9 dragons were also lifeless. He had walked into the Great Layin Temple, but that legendary ancient temple was already deserted. The so-called Buddha was nowhere to be found. Was Buddha just a realm and not a true immortal? This made him puzzled. It was difficult for him to know if there were immortals in this world. No matter what, there are people who can cross the star domain. As long as they can do this, they can open the path to the other side of the starry sky. What were immortals? No one could say for sure whether they existed or not. There had never been real evidence, only endless legends. In the ancient books of the eastern wilderness, there are a few records of becoming immortals, but they are not. I'm not sure, this. Ji Ziyue was confused. Why are you thinking so much? Wait until you reach that realm, then you can worry. Yi Fan knocked her, bringing her back to her senses. You knocked me again. Ji Ziyue rubbed her smooth forehead, tears welling up in her eyes from the pain. You are challenging the dignity of a future immortal. You said it yourself, there are most likely no immortals in this world. If I become an immortal, won't there be immortals? Ji Ziyue ground her shiny canine teeth and said, if you dare to knock me again, I won't forgive you in the future. Yi Fan smiled and pinched her pretty nose. How narcissistic, this is confidence. Ji Ziyue retreated and gritted her teeth. You'd better not provoke a future immortal. Dense killing intent filled the air. The two of them had already retreated far enough, but they could still feel the terror of the bloody words. Mysterious beyond mysterious, the thickness of one's aura can give birth to sages. The illusory fluctuation sounded again, coming from the bloody immortal word, tempting them to advance and pry into the wondrous truth realm. It was not a sound, nor was it the transmission of divine sense. It was a strange aura that made people mistakenly think that they had obtained the wondrous truth divine voice. Yi Fan and Ji Ziyue looked at each other, feeling more and more terrified. It was like the sound, but also like the fluctuation of divine sense. It indeed contained the indescribable truth of cultivation, but they did not dare to advance. The road ahead was a bottomless abyss. Although the scenery along the way was good, one more step forward and they would be doomed eternally. Get rid of emotions and desires, maintain harmony, there is mystery within mystery, there is immortality within Tao, door of wonders, open quickly. An even more obscure and mysterious fluctuation came. The bloody, immortal word in front of them was actually shaking, then it split into 2, opening a mysterious door. 4 ancient words appeared, door of wonders. It's not a dead end, there is hope to become an immortal. The broken bridge is connected, there must be a secret to becoming an immortal inside. Ji Ziyue bit her red lips, her pearly white teeth shimmering with a crystalline luster. Her large eyes were curved, and a small dimple appeared on her left cheek. She was mischievous and lively, full of joy. However, she did not take a step forward. Instead, she glanced at Yi Fan and said, I'll give you a chance to become an immortal. Take big strides forward. Was it an abyss or an opportunity ahead? Yi Fan felt a chill run down his spine. He did not advance, but instead took a few steps back. Future immortal, I'll give you the chance. Ji Ziyue did not dare to advance either. She also took a few steps back. Both of them had the same thought. They were both fearful, feeling that the road ahead was very likely to be an endless abyss. However, if they did not advance, how could they escape? There was no way back. Suddenly, Yi Fan's heart trembled. He sensed a special aura, like the fishy smell of lake water. The bloody, immortal word split into 2, forming the door of wonders. Not far away from it, there was chaos surging. Yin and yang qi circulated, but it was very uneven, constantly collapsing and sinking. Chapter 127. That's. Ji Ziyue followed Yi Fan's gaze and quickly discovered the abnormality. It seems to be a passageway. Yi Fan walked forward step by step while Ji Ziyue followed behind. All sorts of wondrous voices rang out again. The two's minds were immediately invaded and they became a little confused. The green copper piece in Yi Fan's sea of reincarnation seemed to be very resistant. It vibrated gently and resolved the crisis. Their minds became clear and they could continue forward. Right beside the immortal word, there was actually a gap under the chaotic mist. The copper wall was forcefully pierced through and a man-made path was opened up. It was unknown where it led to. Heavens, who has such tyrannical combat strength to pierce through the copper palace and open up such a path? Ji Ziyue exclaimed. The legendary bronze immortal palace was indestructible like a cage of heaven and earth. It could not be broken at all. Many eastern wilderness experts were trapped inside and no one could come out alive. They were all trapped to death. It was said that the most successful exploration in the past only produced a corpse. However, there was no real evidence. But now, this legend seemed to have been broken. The fishy smell of lake water assaulted their noses. Yi Fan and Ji Ziyue moved forward quickly. An hour later, they walked along the bumpy copper path and arrived at the top of the bronze immortal palace. Heavens, someone broke through the bronze immortal palace and escaped. How powerful is this person? Ji Ziyue's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. Yi Fan was also horrified. The reason they were able to survive was completely because of green copper, yet there was someone who was this terrifying, blasting through the copper palace with his own strength, producing this gate. This person did not choose to enter the door of profundity. It seems like he had the same thoughts as us and retreated. Ji Ziyue's eyes flickered with a strange light. This is too unbelievable. He broke through the legendary bronze immortal palace. If word gets out, it will definitely shake the eastern wilderness. Based on the potholes, it could be deduced that countless years had passed. Someone had escaped from here thousands or even tens of thousands of years ago but did not make it public in the eastern wilderness. Why would he hide it? If this person was still alive, what realm would he have reached? After careful consideration, Yi Fan and Ji Ziyue felt a chill in their hearts as various thoughts arose in their minds. Yi Fan put up a barrier of light that enveloped Ji Ziyue. He stood on the copper palace that was as huge as a city. The lake water flowed around him and there was a faint ripple. However, this time, they did not fall into the copper palace. Although the green copper piece in Yi Fan's sea of reincarnation was not silent, it possessed a strange power. The terrifying fluctuations no longer affected them. The two of them unexpectedly escaped from the copper palace, feeling that it was a little unreal. Not long ago, numerous unusual phenomena had appeared in the door of profundity. Even though it carried temptation and concealed ghastly killing intent, those strange fluctuations were indeed the profundities and truths of cultivation. Both of them silently recalled it, and then they committed it to memory in their hearts. This was their only gain. Based on his intuition, Yi Fan felt that it was not inferior to the Tao scripture. Unfortunately, he had only obtained a few words. Ji Ziyue also felt that it was comparable to the Ji family's ancient scripture. They did not know what was behind the door of profundity and did not want to explore it. It was already a blessing to be able to come out alive. Yi Fan observed carefully. The lake water above was covered by a dark cloud-like mist, but it was somewhat thin. The copper palace here had been penetrated, and even the clouds above had thinned significantly. Perhaps I can escape, he lifted Ji Ziyue and broke through the water. Just as he rose into the air, he suffered from the heavy pressure again. The huge shadow above seemed to be a living creature that swam past. However, this time, he did not retreat. Instead, he endured the pressure and continued upward. Golden light shot out from his body and spread very far in the water. The higher he went, the greater the pressure. Yifan gradually felt like his body was about to be crushed. He took out his cauldron and opened up a path in front. Although this area was the weakest, Yifan still felt like he could not bear it. At this moment, Ji Ziyue cried out in surprise, "It's the black-yellow gas." Above, there was a huge shadow that was as heavy as a mountain and as thick as clouds. It was black and yellow in color and it was hazy. It seemed like a wisp of mist could crush a mountain. It was so heavy that it made one feel suffocated. Yifan did not even touch it. Before he truly met it, he could not bear it anymore. He was suffocated by the pressure. The stars were in chaos, yin and yang were in conflict, and the black-yellow gas gushed out. Ordinary people thought that the black-yellow gas was the chaotic energy. However, true cultivators would not think so. They thought that the black-yellow gas was the essence of the sky and the yellow was the essence of the earth. It was the essence of heaven and earth. Therefore, the black-yellow gas represented heaven and earth. Oh my God, it's the real black-yellow gas. There's actually so much of it. Ji Ziyue was very shocked. Then, her eyes were filled with little stars. She said, "This is the best holy item for refining weapons." She was enveloped by the light screen that Yifan had propped up and did not feel much pressure. However, Yifan was already sweating profusely and could not hold on any longer. He said, "What are you shouting for? I'm saying that this is the rarest essence energy in the world. It's a holy item for refining weapons. Many powerful cultivators have searched their entire lives and could not find a trace of it. There's actually so much here." Ji Ziyue was very excited. Her face was red as she constantly shook Yifan's shoulder. She said, "Hurry up and collect it. Use it to refine your weapons. In the future, you will definitely be able to condense Tao and truth into an extreme weapon. It's really easy for you to say." Yifan was on the verge of collapse and could not take a step forward. Nameless, the beginning of heaven and earth is the Tao. It's the mother of all things, heaven and earth. Heaven and earth is the essence of heaven and earth, the source of all things. It's a holy item that refines all material qualities. It's the rarest. Ji Ziyue was very excited. Her face was flushed and she looked very sweet. She said with a trembling voice, "Usually, the top experts search in every way but find it difficult to obtain anything. But there are so many here. We must collect some." When Yifan heard this, he was indeed tempted. If his cauldron was tempered with heaven and earth. He felt his heart beating faster. However, the strength was right there. He really could not plunder it and could not get close at all. Ji Ziyue shook Yifan's shoulder and said, "Hurry up and remove my restriction. I have a way to collect it." Yifan naturally would not break the restriction for her. That would be purely asking for abuse. This purple-clothed girl's strength was unfathomable. He did not want to be countered. "Don't worry, I won't make a move against you." Ji Ziyue hugged his arm and bit her pair of shiny canine teeth, saying, "This is a great opportunity. If I don't grab it, I will be struck by lightning." At the beginning of heaven and earth, the essence that overflowed was called heaven and earth. The amount was pitifully small and almost dried up. It was the favorite of the top experts and a treasure for refining weapons. Yifan more or less knew a little, but it was far from the purple-clothed girl's understanding. Seeing her like this, he could not calm down and thought about how to seize the heaven and earth. However, according to legend, a wisp of heaven and earth chi was enough to crush a mountain ridge. He did not have the ability to collect it at all. If he went up, he would most likely be crushed into a bloody mist. Rumble, above, the heaven and earth chi was the weakest compared to the other areas. However, at this moment, there was a rumbling sound and a dazzling light flowed over from afar. Heaven and earth were the essence of the earth. When they blended together, there would not be any overflowing brilliance. However, at this moment, there was a wisp of heaven and earth chi that was especially dazzling. It was many times more resplendent than the other thick and unadorned heaven and earth chi. Heavens, it's the heaven and earth root, where the essence resides. Ji Ziyue was so excited that her little face was flushed. Then, she grabbed Yi Fan while panting with rage and said, "Quickly undo my restriction." That is the legendary essence of the source Qi. It's the heaven and earth essence that is rarely seen. If you can't obtain it, it will anger both men and gods. At this moment, Yi Fan's sea of reincarnation trembled. The green copper piece flew out and entered the heaven and earth Qi. It sucked in that dazzling essence and descended. Ji Ziyue was both shocked and excited. She shouted, "Give me some." She thought that it was Yi Fan who took action and collected it. In reality, the green copper piece was not under his control at all. Yi Fan hurriedly took out his cauldron and welcomed the green copper piece to absorb the heaven and earth essence. Kacha! The sound of cracking could be heard. That small cauldron could not withstand it at all and was shattered by the great pressure. It mixed with the heaven and earth essence. The green copper piece had only absorbed a portion of the heaven and earth essence. It could be said that it was only a small taste. The rest of the essence lingered outside and the broken cauldron was also attached to the green copper piece. Yi Fan did not know whether to be happy or worried. The green copper piece was too mysterious and easily captured the heaven and earth essence. However, the cauldron that he had painstakingly refined was shattered. It was an indescribable feeling. This is a good thing. The broken cauldron has merged with the heaven and earth Qi. You can refine it again and obtain the weapon of your dreams. When the time comes, don't forget to give me a strand of the heaven and earth essence. You won't need this much. Ji Ziyue waved her little fists and her eyes were full of little stars. She was almost biting Yi Fan's ear as she reminded him loudly. The green copper piece flew over and Yi Fan was worried. A strand of heaven and earth essence could crush a mountain range. This kind of heaven and earth essence must be even heavier. If it entered the sea of reincarnation, he was afraid that he would be crushed immediately. However, there was no way to avoid it. The green copper arrived in a flash and sank into the spring at the bottom of the sea in the blink of an eye. Everything was calm and nothing bad happened, which made him feel relieved. At this moment, there was a rumbling sound above. After the heaven and earth essence was collected, the clouds dispersed and the mist dispersed. This area actually became clear and a gap appeared. This was a rare opportunity. Yi Fan carried the purple-clothed girl and turned into a bolt of lightning as he rushed up and instantly escaped from the bottom of the lake. So much heaven and earth Qi. I can't take it away. I really can't accept this. Ji Ziyue cried out unwillingly like a little money grubber. Whoosh! The waves rolled and Yi Fan rushed out of the water and finally heaved a sigh of relief. This was a huge lake with boundless blue waves. The mist was hazy and the lake surface was green and translucent like a natural gem. It was surrounded by immortal Qi and embellished the vast land. Yi Fan flew for half an hour before he arrived at the shore. What entered his eyes was a stretch of lush greenery. Countless ancient trees grew on the shore. It was lush and full of vitality. We're finally free. The two could be said to have survived a calamity. On the shore, the old trees towered into the sky and were emerald green. Yi Fan's mind completely relaxed. Ji Ziyue's big eyes glanced over and rippled. She wrinkled her nose and then her shiny little canine teeth and cute little dimples appeared at the same time. She said, "Hey, hey, hey. We've gone through thick and thin together and can be said to be friends of life and death. Why aren't you letting me go? Now it's time to share the joys and sorrows. Quickly share my heaven and earth essence." She didn't treat herself as an outsider at all. She was lively and a little mischievous. She walked over lightly and tilted her head with a faint smile. She stretched out a delicate hand and waved it in front of Yi Fan. "Yes, we should share the joys and sorrows." Yi Fan smiled and patted the seat beside him, indicating her to sit down. He said, "Write down your Ji family's ancient scriptures for me." "What?" Ji Ziyue stared at him with her big watery eyes and said, "This is the act of a bandit." "That's right. I'm going to rob today." Yi Fan smiled brightly and said, "Moreover, I'm going to rob everything. Hand over the treasures, hand over the ancient scriptures. Chapter 128. The corner of Ji Ziyue's lips curled up as she glared at Yi Fan. She said angrily, I don't have any treasures or ancient scriptures. I only have the life of an immortal. Do as you see fit. You sure are a hoodlum. Yi Fan was immediately amused. He said, in your words, if you don't tell me the truth, I have many ways to deal with you. Ji Ziyue bit her red lips with her pearly white teeth. She turned her head to the side and looked at the clouds in the horizon. She wanted to say something, but she held back in the end. Yi Fan didn't make a move immediately. He had plenty of time. The most important thing now was to refine the heaven and earth essence. His cauldron was broken and attached to the green copper. This really worried him. In the eyes of the sea of reincarnation, the green copper was motionless. The heaven and earth essence lingered around it. The broken cauldron floated up and down, blending with the heaven and earth. Ji Ziyue's words were very reasonable. After the small cauldron shattered, it wasn't entirely a bad thing for Yi Fan. This was an opportunity. Since it's broken, I'll reforge it. Yi Fan's mind was completely immersed in the eyes of the spring. He used the divine power in his sea of reincarnation to carefully squeeze the broken cauldron. He wasn't going to reforge it directly. What he needed to do was to completely shatter this cauldron and merge it with the heaven and earth essence. Shattering the cauldron in the sea of bitterness was like shattering his own body. The divine power circulated and his mind was immersed in controlling it. He actually had the illusion of shattering himself. The heaven and earth essence was like the moonlight and the radiance of the sun. It was very eye-catching. It kept merging with the broken cauldron. Under Yi Fan's control, the two became inseparable and gradually became a stream of light. It revolved around the green copper. The mist was hazy and mysterious. In the end, the brilliance was contained and the sharpness was restrained. It became plain and simple. The misty heaven and earth essence flowed naturally, giving people a feeling of unfathomable depth. At the beginning of the world, a small amount of the essence of heaven and earth was born. It was the source of all things. It had an unimaginable mysterious power and was a treasure for refining weapons. Yi Fan controlled it carefully. He wasn't in a hurry to reforge the cauldron. In order to let the two fuse completely, he constantly tempered this energy and branded it on the green copper. He allowed the black-yellow essence to envelop the green copper piece and repeatedly imitated and tempered it. He wanted to become one with it and engrave the natural Tao patterns on it. This was destined to be a long process that required time to slowly sharpen. In the beginning, everything went smoothly without any accidents. It was a good start. Just like that, Yi Fan temporarily stayed by the lake and added several seals to Ji Ziyue to prevent her from breaking the restrictions. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The mist in the lake was hazy, and the ripples were sparkling. The trees on the shore were lush, and the flowers and grass were fragrant. Under a towering ancient tree, Ji Ziyue couldn't move at all and was imprisoned there. Yi Fan ignored her screams and focused on drawing her beautiful face with the brush in his hand. He was very fast and in the blink of an eye, a toad was formed. He nodded and seemed very satisfied. He put the brush in his hand to the side, took a mirror and placed it in front of Ji Ziyue. Ah! Ji Ziyue screamed as if she had encountered the most terrifying thing. She was extremely annoyed and gritted her teeth, glaring at Yi Fan. Half a month has passed and you only wrote a section of the ancient scripture for me. It's too little, I need the complete scripture. At this point, Yi Fan changed the topic and said patiently, I have the black-yellow essence, it's hard to find in 1,000 generations. If you explain the ancient scripture to me, I'll give you the source chi of all things. It's mutually beneficial and no one will lose out. Ji Ziyue was indeed a little tempted. She blinked her big eyes and said, I need time to think about it. Don't think I don't know that you're trying to stall for time. Yi Fan sat opposite her and prepared the brush and paper. He undid the seal on Ji Ziyue's right hand and said, Stop dilly-dallying, the source chi is just around the corner, don't you want to collect it? Zue said angrily, "You're too much, I've already given you several treasures and you're still not satisfied. At most, I'll fight you to the death. As long as I die, the imprint on my body will definitely appear in the Ji family, everything that happened will appear." Yi Fan was speechless. He pushed a phoenix hairpin, 2 bracelets, and a pair of earrings in front of her and said, "How do you want me to use these things? As long as you write the ancient scripture for me, I'll return them all to you." Zue immediately changed her expression. She was about to cry and said, "It's not that I don't want to write the ancient scripture, but the elders of the family sealed an immortal curse in my sea of consciousness. If I dare to reveal it, my body and soul will be destroyed on the spot." Yi Fan chuckled and said, "Don't be so pitiful, I don't believe what you're saying at all." Zue's beautiful eyes were filled with tears. She sobbed helplessly and said, "I've never had any enmity towards you. I even let the people of the demon race off. I have no intention of harming you, but you treat me like this." This indeed made Yi Fan feel very ashamed. After catching this hot potato, he felt that it was very difficult to deal with. He couldn't kill her, and if he let her go, there would be endless troubles in the future. He kept interrogating her about the ancient scripture, but he didn't get any Xian techniques. "I'm determined to get the ancient scripture, stop acting." Zue immediately changed her expression. The tears in her eyes disappeared and she started to grind her little canine teeth and said, "I'll fight it out with you." "Then let's fight." Yi Fan started to take off her shoes and socks. Zue screamed, "What are you doing? Stop. Are you going to write the ancient scripture or not?" Yi Fan took off her shoes and socks completely, revealing a small foot that was as smooth as jade. It was sparkling and translucent like suet jade, shimmering with a bit of luster, delicate and beautiful. "You." Zue was incomparably embarrassed. Her face was pink and she was completely frightened. She said with a trembling voice, "Stop quickly." Yi Fan took his time and smeared a layer of honey on her warm foot, then he grabbed a few ants and placed them on it. In the ancient forest, Zue's embarrassed and angry screams immediately came out. "Little brat Yi Fan, I'm not done with you." An hour later, Yi Fan walked to the lakeside with a few pages of paper in his hand. He had a focused expression as he seriously studied the scripture recorded on it. "The great Tao is like the abyss, the sect of all things, light is like dust." Yi Fan studied and pondered at the same time. The Ji family's ancient scripture was indeed unique. It was definitely not inferior to the Tao scripture. The opening few sentences pointed out the main point of the ancient scripture. The great Tao was void, but its effects were endless. This was the void scripture of the Ji family. The void Tao could erase the sharpness of all things, resolve conflicts, harmonize the radiance of all things, and mix with the dust of all things. However, one's body would always be void and exist forever. It was a pity that Zue was very determined and would rather die than submit. She only wrote a limited number of pages. He still needed time to obtain the entire ancient scripture. These few pages were very disjointed. There was only half a page of description about the Tao Palace. He read it carefully. "The goddess of grains does not die. It is called Xian Pin. The gate of Xian Pin is the root of heaven and earth." Although it was only half a page, it allowed Yi Fan to understand what the Tao Palace had to cultivate. "I really have to cultivate 5 gods' will." There were 5 gods' will in the Tao Palace. If he could use them, he could extend his lifespan and give birth to the 5 qi. When the gods' will and qi were combined, all sorts of mysterious things would happen. The Tao Palace was very mysterious and even more extraordinary than the Sea of Reincarnation. It would open and dig out all sorts of mysteries. It was a pity that Yi Fan only read half a page and did not know what to do next. To cultivate the Tao Palace, one had to cross the Sea of Bitterness and reach the other shore. In the following time, Yi Fan started to cultivate diligently as he did not want to waste any time. During this process, he constantly refined the black and yellow essence, allowing it to contain the green copper piece. He refined it repeatedly, fused it, and copied the Tao patterns. Of course, the most important thing that Yi Fan did was to refine the blood essence of the demon monarch's sacred heart. He needed strong power, and it would be a waste if he did not make use of this heart that was immersed in the life spring. This time, He used the black and yellow chi to force the sacred heart to fill the sky with bloody light to collect the blood essence. With the green copper piece suppressing at the bottom of the sea, the demon monarch's sacred heart could not resist. It was like a horned dragon coiled in the shallows, not daring to make any big moves. For a full half a month, Yi Fan could be said to be squeezed. He constantly refined the demon monarch's sacred blood and cleansed his body. His skin was as clear as jade and various impurities were expelled. He was about to undergo a complete transformation. Ji Ziyu saw all of this and was shocked. She vaguely felt that there were many secrets on Yi Fan, and it was far from being as simple as it looked on the surface. On the 19th day of refining the demon monarch's sacred blood, a shocking change happened. The heart that was as red as jade seemed to be unable to bear it any longer and completely exploded. Yi Fan's golden sea of bitterness was completely boiling. If it was not for the green copper piece that stabilized everything here, his body would probably have shattered. The demon monarch's heart thumped as it completely recovered its vitality. It was unwilling to be deprived of its sacred blood and wanted to shock Yi Fan to death. That day, even the experts who had surpassed the Nirvana realm could not withstand it. One could imagine how terrifying it was. The black and yellow chi circulated on the green copper piece and stabilized the sea of reincarnation, preventing Yi Fan from being in danger. The heart that was as bright as a ruby was burning fiercely and actually broke through Yi Fan's sea of bitterness. It turned into a dazzling blood light and disappeared into the sky. Yi Fan's sea of bitterness was in extreme pain. Although it quickly closed, it took him a long time to recover. This result made him dumbfounded. He muttered to himself, "I squeezed it too hard. It's indeed wrong." The demon monarch's sacred heart actually flew away. The powerful demon monarch's sacred heart was unwilling to be taken away every day. In the end, it disappeared and broke through the sky. Oh my God, that must be the demon monarch's heart. It's actually in your body. Ji Ziyu was dumbfounded and shocked. Yi Fan did not chase after it. He sat down cross-legged and cleansed his flesh and blood with the last of the sacred blood. At this moment, his whole body was like jade. His organs were shining, his bones were shining, and his skin was crystal clear. After the baptism of the sacred blood, he felt waves of unbearable pain. Finally, after consuming 2 kinds of sacred medicine, he began to be reborn for the 3rd time. This was a painful and unbearable process. It lasted for half a day before everything calmed down. Yi Fan stood up like a god. Divine light radiated in all directions, shining with the sun and moon, shining with the stars, sparkling like 7-colored glass. Only after a long time did the light disappear. He returned to his original appearance. He felt powerful strength. The 3rd rebirth made him feel like he was reborn from the ashes. The energy in his body seemed inexhaustible. The moment he clenched his 5 fingers, golden lightning interweaved on his golden fist as if it could pierce through heaven and earth. The most incredible thing was that the black and yellow chi actually appeared on the golden fist as if it was smelted on it. Ji Ziyu was very surprised. Her small mouth formed an O shape. What did you do? A cool breeze blew. Yi Fan's black hair danced lightly. He clenched his golden fist tightly. He felt incomparably powerful as the black and yellow chi permeated out. Chapter 129. How can this be? Ji Ziyu's beautiful eyes sparkled and her rosy mouth was slightly agape. Her face was full of disbelief. She could not understand why the black-yellow chi would appear on that pair of fists. At this moment, Yi Fan's golden fists gave off a powerful feeling just by looking at them. It seemed to be indestructible and the universal source chi seemed to have been refined on them. Black-yellow is the universal source chi born from the intersection of heaven and earth. It's a sacred object for refining weapons. Why is it attached to your fists? How did you do it? Ji Ziyu's big eyes flashed with a strange light. Yi Fan loosened his golden fists and the black-yellow source chi disappeared immediately. It flowed back into the sea of sufferings and lingered around the green copper block. He was also very shocked and afraid that he would turn into dust. He could not bear the weight of this universal source chi at all. One strand was enough to crush a mountain. Just now, a strand appeared on each of his fists. It really made his heart palpitate. Fortunately, the green copper block suppressed the universal source chi and no accidents happened. The green copper block sank into the sea of reincarnation and the black-yellow source chi attached to it. Even his body became a carrier. When he operated the sea of reincarnation, it was very likely that the black-yellow essence would be drawn out. This made him feel very uncomfortable. If not for the green copper block suppression, he would be in danger of turning into dust at any time. So much universal source chi was enough to crush him countless times. However, danger always coexisted with opportunity. Although it made people uneasy, if used well, it was equivalent to an indestructible weapon. How terrifying would a fist with a strand of black-yellow essence chi appear? No matter how many magic treasures you have, no matter how many divine abilities you have, I will pierce through it with one punch. Yi Fan was considering whether he could really fuse the black-yellow source chi with his body. But after thinking about it carefully, it was too difficult and he probably could not do it now. The true black-yellow source chi was hard to refine. Top cultivators used it to refine weapons. Almost no one had heard of someone refining the body because it was too dangerous. The path is walked, everything can be taken slowly. He was not in a hurry for success. He had all the time to slowly explore. Your body is very special. Ji Ziyue was very clever and keenly captured something. What do you see? At this moment, Yi Fan had already returned to his natural state. His smile was as bright as the sun, and he had a harmless look on his face. He was only a youth around the age of 14. Just now, your skin was sparkling and translucent like a precious lamp. It was flawless and surpasses a spirit treasure. It shouldn't have been like that at all. Just now, when Yi Fan was reborn for the third time, his body shone brightly and his flesh and blood were almost transparent. Ji Ziyue saw this transformation process and she was very shocked. After a cultivator reached the nirvana realm, he would undergo a different kind of rebirth, constantly changing his blood, refining his bones, and completing the metamorphosis like a butterfly breaking out of a cocoon. However, according to what Ji Ziyue said, the rebirth of blood and bones was far from comparable to Yi Fan's transformation. This kind of sublimation is very unusual. It doesn't conform to common sense. Her eyelashes trembled as she carefully sized up Yi Fan, revealing a bewildered expression. According to what Ji Ziyue said, after reaching the nirvana realm, if one's physique was said to be a change from a bug to a butterfly, then Yi Fan could be said to be a rebirth from a bug to a phoenix. Even if you used the Demon Emperor's divine blood to refine your body, it shouldn't be like this. This kind of transformation is almost comparable to the rebirth of the ancient mighty people. Ji Ziyue became more and more surprised. She kept speculating and muttered to herself, no matter how extraordinary an ordinary cultivator's body is, it can't be compared to 10% of yours. Could it be that you also have a divine body? Yi Fan did not respond. This kind of rebirth was even more magical than when he reached the nirvana realm. He had long known about it. After all, he had consumed the divine medicine and the demon emperor's divine blood. Once his sacred body of the ancients transformed, it would naturally be extraordinary. Compared to the transformation of other cultivators, it can't be considered a rebirth at all. At this point, Ji Ziyue's big eyes that were filled with spiritual energy revealed a strange light. She said, "Could it be that you really have a divine body like my brother? Don't compare me to him. I'll beat him up sooner or later." You. Ji Ziyue was very dissatisfied. She wrinkled her nose and said, "I'm just afraid that when Brother Hao Yue appears, you'll run away. I don't want to bother with him for now. When I'm successful in my cultivation, I'll definitely beat him up into a pig's head," Yi Fan said indifferently. Humph. Ji Ziyue snorted and squinted her big eyes. Of course, she was dissatisfied with him talking about her brother like that. She muttered, "You can't beat my brother even if you cultivate for another 100 years. Isn't it just because he has the anomaly, the sea rising bright moon? When the time comes, I'll pluck his moon and plant flowers and grass in his blue sea." My brother's divine body has just formed and is almost invincible among the younger generation of the eastern wilderness. You haven't even touched the threshold of the Tao Palace secret realm yet, and you still want to be his enemy. Really? Naturally, Yi Fan didn't have the desire to win. He was just teasing her casually. He pinched Ji Ziyue's nose and said, "Just wait and see. If I don't beat that proud moon up, I'll be letting down my fist. Just wait and get beaten up." Ji Ziyue was furious. She opened her mouth and revealed her sparkling teeth, biting at his finger. "You're a dog. You actually bit me." Yi Fan chuckled and said, "What's so great about a divine body? Didn't his sister still become my prisoner?" Although he said that, Yi Fan really had a headache. The Ji family was famous in the eastern wilderness and was a transcendent force. If they knew that Ji Ziyue was in his hands, he didn't need to think to know what would happen. What should I do with her? He couldn't kill her, but he couldn't let her go either. Ji Ziyue knew many of his secrets, such as the green copper block. He absolutely couldn't let them see the light of day. "Why is the monster emperor's heart on you? What's with that green copper block? Your physique is so special. When you were reborn, you were similar to my brother. Is it really a divine body?" In the past few days, Ji Ziyue kept asking, but it was impossible for Yi Fan to tell her. While Yi Fan was cultivating in seclusion, he went out once to understand the situation outside. What made him feel extremely strange was that after drifting in the underground river for a month, he still hadn't left the Wei Kingdom. He had only come from the west to the east. There was a super force here called Tai Xian. It occupied a vast area, and the endless mountains in the east belonged to this sect. In the continuous mountain range, there were a total of 108 main peaks. Each peak represented a kind of inheritance, and each inheritance far exceeded a small sect like the Spirit Void Grotto Heaven. In this vast area, other than the Ji family and the Yaoguang Holy Land, no other sect could firmly suppress a super sect of this scale. The eastern wilderness was vast and there were countless countries. In the past, when the Tai Xian sect was at its peak, its strength could be ranked in the top 100 in the eastern wilderness. It could be called a giant. Especially in this area, it was even more famous. In the surrounding dozens or hundreds of countries, there were few sects that could be on par with it. Super force. Yi Fan didn't want to provoke this sect. Other than that, the news he heard the most was about Ji Haoyue. The birth of the Ji family's divine body shook the eastern wilderness, indicating that the Ji family would be extremely prosperous in the next few thousand years. It was common knowledge that the divine body could live for thousands of years. Ji Haoyue rose powerfully and constantly attacked the demons. He had already chosen the cave abodes of several big demons and was invincible. In the past 2 months, no one could compare to him in terms of popularity. It could be said that he was dazzling. Many super forces were guessing why the Ji family was making such a big move. Yi Fan had a feeling that Ji Ziyue was not simple. Otherwise, she would not have been able to survive under Yen Ruyu's Golden Lotus phenomenon. The Ji family should have valued her very much. However, during this period of time, there was no news of Ji Ziyue's disappearance, as if someone had deliberately concealed it. Yi Fan thought to himself. The Ji family most likely thought that Ji Ziyue had accidentally fallen into the hands of the demons. That was why they were attacking everywhere. This made him break out in cold sweat. In this critical period, Yi Fan's best choice was to live in seclusion. If people found out that he had kidnapped Ji Ziyue, it would definitely be a huge disaster. A few days later, Yi Fan began to use the artifact. The tripod had long shattered into nothingness and fused with the black and yellow qi. It could be forged again. This was an extremely difficult process. The myriad source qi was extraordinary. If one wanted to forge it with the tripod, it would be almost impossible to reach the heavens. Yi Fan chose to forge the tripod on the green copper block. What was unbelievable was that the rough shape of the tripod was formed in half a month. The green copper block was mysterious and it was not difficult to refine the black and yellow qi on it. After the black and yellow cauldron was formed, it was simple and natural. It had an innate Tao charm and was extremely extraordinary. One could not look away from it at a glance. However, just as it left the green copper block, the tripod instantly turned into black and yellow chi and disintegrated. This made Yi Fan feel very helpless. Heaven and earth merged, growing and nurturing each other. The essence of heaven and earth overflowed. All things mixed together and the essence of heaven and earth filled the air. This was black and yellow. The myriad source chi was extremely difficult to form. It was too difficult to form a tripod. However, this also meant that once the refinement was successful, he would obtain an unparalleled artifact. After this cultivation, Yi Fan thought of the Ji family again and felt a headache. He leaned against an ancient tree with a grass stalk in his mouth. He looked at Ji Ziyue, who was not far away, and said, "Little girl, let me find you a husband. Go and die." Ji Ziyue was furious and glared at him. "Why are you so excited? You are going to get married eventually. I guarantee that I will find you a good husband." Yi Fan bit the grass stalk and said to himself, "When the time comes, we will be on the same side. I won't find trouble with your brother." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Ji Ziyue was furious and did not look at him. "After thinking about it, in order to prevent me from accidentally killing your brother in the future, this is the only way." Yi Fan boasted shamelessly and said to himself, "Speaking of which, your Ji family can be considered a big family. It is not a loss to have a marriage with your family. I have never seen such a shameless guy like you." Ji Ziyue's cheeks puffed up and she really wanted to bite Yi Fan. Ji Haoyue had a divine body and appeared out of nowhere. It could be said that she shone brightly and was not something that Yi Fan could compare to. The Ji family was extremely powerful in the eastern wasteland and their status was extraordinary. However, Yi Fan said that if he married her, it seemed like the Ji family would have an advantage. "The husband I found for you is very extraordinary. He obtained the inheritance of the demon race. His name is Pang Bo and he is definitely a good match for you. If you want to marry him, go ahead and marry him." Ji Ziyue turned her head to the side and cursed softly, "I wish you and the demon race 100 years of harmony. When the time comes, you will give birth to a little demon, no, a transvestite. You little girl, your mouth is quite poisonous." Yi Fan laughed involuntarily and threw away the grass stalk in his mouth. "Since you are not willing to marry a demon, I will reluctantly digest you myself." Ji Ziyue's eyes flickered with spiritual energy. "I actually want to tell you a secret." "What secret?" Yi Fan leaned against the ancient tree and asked lazily. "The secret cannot be passed to 6 ears. Come here." Yi Fan walked closer and said, "If it is about the secret of the ancient scripture, I will be happy to listen." "The secret is, I want to bite you." Ji Ziyue completely flipped out and bit Yi Fan's ear. She was already furious. "Don't be so fierce." Yi Fan lifted her chin and smiled. "Actually, the marriage is for your own good. I want you to regain your freedom. Otherwise, I will feel uneasy if I have to trap you by my side every day. You are afraid that my family and my brother will come looking for you, right?" Ji Ziyue's red lips were moist and her little canine teeth were shining. She really wanted to bite Yi Fan to vent her anger. "My head hurts, let me think." Yi Fan rubbed his temples. Chapter 130. Ji Ziyue blinked her big eyes and said, "There's no need to have a headache at all. Let me go and you won't have any worries." What a troublesome person. Since he couldn't kill her and couldn't let her go, Yi Fan rubbed his temples gently. Ji Ziyue was dissatisfied and said, Hey, who's troublesome? How can a smart and beautiful future immortal like me be associated with that word? What do you think I should do with you? We went through trials and tribulations together and went through the bronze immortal palace together. We can be considered friends of life and death. You can't treat a friend like this." Ji Ziyue wrinkled her nose and said, "Let me go and I promise I won't hurt you." Yi Fan sat under the ancient tree and glanced at her. "I don't dare to take your promise and guarantee." Ji Ziyue was not discouraged. Her clear and melodious voice was like pearls falling on a jade plate. She tried to persuade Yi Fan. I know how to cultivate the sea rising bright moon. The ancient mighty figures all had monstrous powers. There's a secret behind it. There's a huge secret in the void ancient sutra. The eastern wasteland's 7 life forbidden zones have. Gzu's small mouth kept talking, trying to persuade and entice him until her mouth was dry. However, although Yifan listened with relish, he did not say anything. She glared at Yifan angrily and said, "Did you hear what I said?" "Of course I heard it, but you didn't say it completely. Every time, you only said the first half. All the secrets and secrets were swallowed back by you. I was just about to listen to the rest. Are you going to let me go or not?" "No." Yifan replied straightforwardly. I said so much and you only responded with these 2 words. Then why didn't you say so earlier?" "I'm so angry, my throat is dry." Gzue felt that her mouth was dry. "Continue, I'm happy to listen." Gzue was furious. She glared at him and said, "If you don't let me go as soon as possible, the family will definitely find this place. At that time, you'll definitely be in big trouble." "Yeah, it's really troublesome." Yifan leaned against the trunk of the ancient tree, rubbed his chin with his right hand, and teased, "How about this? I'll reluctantly marry you and live in seclusion here for a period of time. After a few years, I'll bring a bunch of kids to your clan to meet relatives." "Little brat, Yifan, if you keep spouting nonsense, I won't let you off." "Are you doubting me?" Yifan smiled and stood up. Gzue screamed in fright. In the end, Yifan obtained another section of the void ancient scripture and began to study it by the lake. 2 days later, a jade-green bird that looked like it was carved out of emerald appeared by the lake. Its eyes were scarlet red, like 2 red beans embedded in its head. "Quick, catch it!" Gzue suddenly cried out. "Why?" Yifan's cultivation was interrupted and he turned around to look at her. A look of shock appeared on Gzu's face, and she said, "Quick, don't let it escape, or we'll all die." Yifan soared into the air and reached out with lightning speed, grabbing at the jade-green bird. However, this jade-green bird was already intelligent, and its speed was surprisingly fast. It turned into a green light and disappeared in a flash, fleeing into the distance. Yifan took out the purple copper 8 trigram mirror, and the mirror's surface was like a full moon. Immediately, a beam of light shot out, and with a soft, cheat sound, the jade-green bird turned into a wisp of green smoke. "What's going on? Does that jade-green bird have some background?" "It's one of my cousin's many pets." Gzue revealed a trace of panic, and said, "Let go of me, or we'll all be in danger." Yifan was shocked. Did the G family come looking for him? At the same time, he keenly sensed the abnormality and asked, "Your cousin is here, and you seem to be very afraid that she will harm you. Why is that?" "You don't understand." Gzue didn't want to explain, and said, "Quickly undo my restriction, or not only will she kill me, she will also silence you. You come from the same family, and she actually wants to kill you." Yifan was very surprised. "Don't waste time, it's almost too late." Gzue revealed a look of worry, and constantly urged, "If I let go of you, I might die immediately." Yifan picked up Gzue and was about to fly away. But at this moment, a crisp laughter sounded, and said, "Miss Zue, I really didn't expect to meet you here." An enchanting woman wearing a green dress flew over gracefully, and appeared by the lake, blocking Yifan's path. "Ji Xia, it's you, is my sister Bai Yu here as well?" Gzue asked. "Miss Bai Yu did not come, and this servant passed by this place. I didn't expect to discover Miss Zue's whereabouts." Although the woman in green was a servant of the Ji family, she was very presumptuous at this moment, and chuckled, "Io, so Miss Zue wants to fly together with someone. Ji Xia, how dare you!" Gzue secretly pinched Yifan, indicating for her to undo the seal. Ji Xia constantly sized up Yifan, and then said with a smile, "He's just a 14-year-old brat, Miss Zue, your eyesight is too poor." Her words were very disrespectful, and she made fun of Gzue, and even more so, did not put Yifan in her eyes. Yi Fan felt that something was wrong. The Ji family caught up so quickly, and it exceeded his expectations. This woman clearly had ulterior motives. Ji Xia looked to be 25 or 26 years old, and although she was rather pretty, she could not be compared to the quick-witted Ji Ziyue. She said with a fake smile, "Is Miss Ziyue unwell? Why do you look weak and weak? Do you need this servant to help you?" "Ji Xia, you're too presumptuous. Are you here to find me?" "Miss Ziyue, you disappeared for a long time, and the elders in the family were very worried. They mistakenly thought that you had fallen into the hands of the demon race, and they went on an expedition to find you. However, we never expected that when we were worried for you, you would build a hut here, and live with someone." Ji Xia became more and more presumptuous, and she did not treat Ji Ziyue as her master, and repeatedly made fun of her. Ji Ziyue did not get angry, and she said calmly, "Ji Xia, you are searching for me under the orders of my sister Bai Yu, and you want to get rid of me?" Ji Xia let out a bell-like laughter, and said, "Miss Biyue is kind-hearted, and it's impossible for her to do such a thing. However, this servant does not have so many scruples, and indeed wants to send Miss Ziyue on your way. If you want to kill me, just do it." Ji Ziyue walked forward agilely. Ji Xia was bewildered, and she took 2 steps back. She looked at Yi Fan, and said, "Brat, your methods are not bad. I wonder what method you used to take down my Miss Ziyue." She was very cautious, and wanted to test if Yi Fan had really sealed Ji Ziyue. "Ji Xia, after following my sister Bai Yu for so many years, you have indeed picked up her bad habit. You are paranoid, and you still don't dare to make a move?" Ji Ziyue smiled faintly. The more it was like this, the more suspicious Ji Xia became. She rushed into the sky and said, "Miss Ziyue, come up and fight." Ji Ziyue groaned inwardly, and she really wanted to bite Yi Fan. He. Ji Xia laughed charmingly, and she was as beautiful as a flower, and said, "Looks like I was overthinking." Saying that, she waved her hand lightly, and a blue lightning tore through the sky, striking at Ji Ziyue. Swoosh! Yi Fan rushed over, and pulled Ji Ziyue to the side. Amidst the rumbling sounds, a few towering ancient trees turned into ashes under the blue lightning, and the ground was scorched. So Miss Ziyue was really captured. But this brat isn't very strong, how did he do it? She sprinkled out colored sand, and it shone like the stars in the sky, forming a nebula that enveloped the area below. "Leave this place, you are not her match," Ji Ziyue whispered in Yi Fan's ear. Yi Fan picked up Ji Ziyue, and rushed into the lake as fast as lightning. He didn't dare to fly out of the mountain. Once his whereabouts were exposed, he wouldn't be able to stand in this area. "Quickly release my restriction." Under the lake, Ji Ziyue shook Yi Fan's shoulder with force. A faint light enveloped the two of them, and they continued to sink down. He. Ji Xia's laughter could be heard. She was enveloped by the green light, and she quickly traversed the lake, and was about to catch up in the blink of an eye. But she also had scruples in her heart, and didn't dare to kill Ji Ziyue directly. She was afraid that the imprint in her body would rush out and cause great trouble for her. Yi Fan rushed to the bottom of the lake, and he wanted to make use of the mountain-like profound yellow essence chi there. "Brat, your divine power is only at the divine bridge realm. How did you catch Miss Ziyue?" Ji Xia transmitted her voice, and said, "Someone else must have made a move, and you are just here to watch over her, right?" Ji Ziyue also understood Yi Fan's plan, and said, "Think of a way to make the profound yellow essence chi erupt from below." "Brat, I remember that when we surrounded Yen Ruyu, I seem to have seen you being protected by a few old demons. You must have some secret on you." Ji Xia's laughter gradually turned cold, and said, "Looks like I will have a great harvest today." After rushing to the bottom of the lake, Yi Fan suddenly waved his fist, and smashed it into the water. Then, he raised his speed to the limit, and flew forward with Ji Ziyue. Rumble. As if the gates of hell had been opened, a vast pressure surged, as if it could tear the heaven and earth apart, and gushed out in an instant. Ji Xia just happened to rush here, and on the spot, her beautiful face turned pale, and she shouted, "The legendary profound yellow." A wisp of profound yellow could crush a mountain ridge, and when such a mountain-like profound yellow essence chi went berserk, the terrifying power was simply unimaginable. She was scared out of her wits and desperately flew upwards, no longer caring about chasing after Yi Fan. Ah! Ji Xia screamed miserably. In the distance, Yi Fan and Ji Ziyue still had lingering fears, and they had already rushed out of the lake and hid far away. The lake water boiled, and huge waves surged. The profound yellow essence chi surged like a huge millstone, and there was no power that could stop it. The miserable scream stopped abruptly, and Ji Xia did not rush out. Only after a long time did the lake water return to calmness. Yi Fan and Ji Ziyue stood on the shore, and the two of them did not speak for a long time, and both of them had complicated feelings. After a long time, Yi Fan finally opened his mouth. That Ji Biyue won't follow us down, right? Ji Ziyue did not respond, but pondered seriously about something, and muttered to herself, I can't go back now, and I can't show my face. The situation is very complicated, it is very complicated. Just at that moment, a cold voice sounded out. Ji Xia's hair was disheveled as she appeared behind Yi Fan and Xiao Luo like a ghost. She was only 10 or so meters away from them, and her entire body gave off a green light. Even the profound yellow couldn't crush you? Yi Fan was shocked. Ji Ziyue's intelligent eyes flashed with a strange light, and she said, Ji Biyue gave the divine light escape talisman to you? That's right, in order to find Miss Ziyue, I brought this divine light escape talisman, and turned into lightning to search for you for many days. Ji Xia's face was ferocious, and she pressed forward eerily. Unfortunately, the talisman was just brushed by the profound yellow essence chi, and it collapsed. Miss Ziyue, you can go on your way. Yi Fan blocked in front of Ji Ziyue, and said, You deceiving slave, you deserve to die. Chapter 131. Ji Xia relied on the divine light escape talisman and turned into lightning, avoiding the crushing of the Xianhuang mother chi. However, she was still seriously injured. She hated Yi Fan and said coldly, I'll tear you apart first and then send Miss Ziyue on her way. She opened her 5 fingers and 5 divine rainbows shot out, grabbing at Yi Fan. Yi Fan was waiting for this opportunity. His physical body was extremely strong and he was least afraid of close combat. A pair of golden fists swung out fiercely, collapsing the space on the spot. You! Ji Xia was shocked and retreated on the spot. However, it was too late. The two of them were so close and Yi Fan would not give her any chance. The first punch destroyed the 5 beams of divine light, shattering the 5 fingers that were spread out. Ah! Ji Xia screamed. Light flashed in her body and she wanted to take out her spiritual treasure. Bang! Yi Fan had already swung out his second punch. Before the spiritual treasure could rush out, it was smashed back by the golden fist. Ji Xia's sea of sufferings collapsed on the spot. Yi Fan's fist surpassed the spiritual treasure. At close range, nothing could stop him. Ji Xia screamed and her body bloomed with light. She wanted to shatter her body and severely injure Yi Fan. At this moment, Yi Fan swung his fist for the 3rd time. With a bang, it heavily smashed into her chest, penetrating it in one punch. Boom! Ji Xia was torn into pieces and collapsed in all directions. She was killed by Yi Fan with 3 punches. A Nirvana realm cultivator was killed by your fists. Ji Ziyue was speechless and said, You're a beast in human form. Yi Fan's 4th punch was fixed in the air. Before the last punch was swung, a wisp of Xianhuang appeared on it and slowly disappeared as he slowly retracted his fist. This made him feel uneasy and a little surprised at the same time. He swung his fists continuously and sometimes released the Xianhuang mother chi. If he could control it, this pair of fists would be extremely terrifying. You! Ji Ziyue glanced at him and said, Even if it's a cultivator from the secret realm of the Dao Palace, if they don't know anything, they might suffer a great loss if they appear beside you. Yi Fan turned to look at Ji Ziyue and said, Do you think your cousin will appear here? It's hard to say. Ji Ziyue looked worried and said, I'm about to die because of you. The situation is complicated now. If my whereabouts are exposed, I might be in more danger than you. Yi Fan shook his head and said, your Ji family's internal affairs are really complicated and cruel, you don't understand. Ji Ziyue rolled her eyes at him and did not explain anything. Instead, she sighed and said, Ji Xia, why bother? She found some leaves and covered the corpses. Yi Fan didn't mind. But suddenly, Ji Ziyue's body shone brightly and a powerful aura burst out from her. You. Yi Fan was shocked. He turned around and was about to soar into the sky. However, the surrounding space started to distort like ripples of water. Ji Ziyue was incomparably sacred. With her as the center, a hazy brilliance flowed out, imprisoning everything here. Only then did Yi Fan realize that she was holding a lightning-like divine talisman. Although it was broken, it was flowing with divine power. It was the talisman that unlocked Ji Ziyue's restriction. Divine Light Escape Talisman. Sister Biyue gave it to Ji Xia to turn into lightning and search for me. She wanted to harm me, but it shattered here and saved me. Ji Ziyue chuckled. Her whole body glowed with incomparable confidence. She was radiant and her body was crystal clear. She was shrouded in a holy aura. At this moment, she was as fresh as snow on a flowering tree, as light as the spring breeze and as clear as the moonlight. She looked spotless, ethereal and holy. She turned to look at Yi Fan and immediately smiled. A dimple appeared on her left cheek, making her look mischievous and cute. Someone, you've taken care of me these past few days. How do you think I should thank you? At this point, Yi Fan had nothing to worry about. He said nonchalantly, just devote yourself to me. Ji Ziyue smiled sweetly. Her smile was very sweet as she walked over gracefully. She pinched Yi Fan's cheek and said, little brat, how dare you treat me like that? Hey, Ji Ziyue, I risked my life to save your life just now. You can't bite the hand that feeds you. Yi Fan felt very guilty. At least you still have some conscience. You didn't abandon me and run away. Otherwise, you would be lying on the ground now. Ji Ziyue tilted her head and looked at him with a sweet smile. However, this made Yi Fan's hair stand on end. What do you want? Ji Ziyue revealed an incomparably charming smile and said, I want to bite you. At this point, she ground her sparkling little canine teeth, and then she bit down. After being captured for so long, what she wanted to do the most was to bite Yi Fan a few times. Otherwise, it would be difficult to vent the anger in her heart. Yi Fan was sealed by her and could not move at all. Even though he had a treasure body, he could not endure it without divine power circulating. He grimaced on the spot and shouted, there's no need to be so intimate. Immediately after, he screamed miserably. Ji Ziyue hated him so much that she bit him repeatedly. Men and women should not touch each other. Don't be like this. Yi Fan shouted. Scream loudly. It's useless even if you scream until your throat breaks. Ji Ziyue smiled sweetly, her little canine teeth grinding. Yi Fan was completely speechless. Why did her words sound so awkward? I say, Ji Ziyue, show mercy. I'm about to be bitten into a sieve by you, little brat. You're not even 14 years old and you're already bullying me. Ji Ziyue said hatefully as she bit Yi Fan's ear. Yi Fan felt like he was in deep water. This was the first time he had encountered such a punishment. He shouted, Ji Ziyue, don't go too far. I want to go too far and bite you to death. Her smile did not diminish as she kept grinding her teeth. What you're doing is too unladylike. It's not dignified to bite people. Yi Fan wanted to cry but no tears came out. Scream, scream as hard as you can, scream until your throat breaks. Ji Ziyue looked so smart and beautiful, but her current performance made Yi Fan completely speechless. You're molesting me. Yi Fan did not want to say such words passively. Their roles should have been reversed. Pooey, you little brat. You're just 14 years old. Do you know what molestation is? Ji Ziyue pinched his cheek and kneaded it forcefully. Ji Ziyue, you're a future immortal. You've lost your composure like this. Immortals are also humans. They also have anger. After bullying me for so long, I can't wait to bite you to death. Oh! Yi Fan shouted. Ji Ziyue bit him again before retreating and said, "What the hell are you shouting for?" "I was molested by a bad girl." Ji Ziyue's face immediately turned red and said, "Little brat, you're still being stubborn. You're really asking for a beating. I give up. Don't bite anymore. My entire body is soft." "Pooey, your words are so unpleasant." After venting most of her anger, Ji Ziyue finally felt a little embarrassed. Her jade face was rosy. "We're even now. Can you let me go now? Dream on. This is just the beginning." Ji Ziyue lifted his chin. Her dimples were faintly discernible as she smiled seductively and said, "Little brat, you actually have designs on my ancient scriptures and even dare to tease me. You're really audacious. What do you want?" Yi Fan said weakly. "Don't be so dejected. Come, little brat, smile for big sister." Ji Ziyue lifted Yi Fan's chin. Her big eyes narrowed into crescents as she smiled radiantly. "I think we should call out our identities." Hearing Yi Fan's words, Ji Ziyue smiled even more brilliantly and said, "I'll treat you well." Ah! Another round of deep water heat. Half a day later, Yi Fan was completely freed. The teeth marks on his body were lined up in a very orderly manner. "Give me half of the Mother of Heaven Qi. I can't control it. There's no way for it to flow out." Liar. Relatively speaking, Ji Ziyue was still considered soft-hearted. She did not torture Yi Fan intensely. "There are many secrets on you. I want to slowly dig them out. Green copper piece, myriad qi, and your precious body." She glanced sideways at Yi Fan and said, "My cousin wants to kill me. If we meet, I'll create an opportunity for you to get close to her. With the strength of your body, you'll definitely make her suffer. You're treating me as cannon fodder." Yi Fan rolled his eyes and said, "If my body was strong enough, I wouldn't have been imprisoned by you. I have a secret treasure on me. As long as my divine power circulates steadily, you naturally won't be able to act violently around me." Ji Ziyue rolled her eyes at him and said, "My cousin definitely won't be on guard against you. When the time comes, you'll definitely succeed. Your existence is like a sharp sword in the darkness. I want to give her a surprise. I want to see who else wants to deal with me. When things calm down, I'll drag them all out." Ji Ziyue felt that the situation outside was complicated and did not dare to show her face. She wanted to hide for a while and secretly observe who wanted to deal with her. She suddenly thought of something and her eyes revealed joy. She said, looking at the time, "The day of the Supreme Mystery Sect's disciple recruitment is almost here. Why don't we hide in the Supreme Mystery Sect?" This place was the location of the Supreme Mystery Sect. The 108 main peaks were not far from here. The Supreme Mystery Sect was extremely powerful. In this area, other than the Ji clan and the Yaoguang Holy Land, no other sect could suppress them. Even our Ji clan is not willing to easily provoke the Supreme Mystery Sect. If we were to say where is the safest in this area, it would undoubtedly be this sect. The Ji clan will not send people to search. As long as we hide inside, there will be no danger. 2 days later, Yi Fan and Ji Ziyue appeared in the mountain range where the Supreme Mystery Sect was located. In front of them, the mountains were towering and majestic. They were also very beautiful and could be called magnificent. Among them, the 108 main peaks were the most magnificent. Of course, it was impossible to see all of them. Only a dozen or so main peaks could be seen. Immortal cranes danced in the air, spirit palaces were faintly discernible, and clouds and mist lingered around them. It was very peaceful. They blended in with the crowd that had come to pay respects to their masters and smoothly entered the mountain gate without any accidents. There are 100 main peaks here. Let's choose a more remote one that no one cares about, Yi Fan suggested. Yes, that should be the case. Inside the Supreme Mystery Sect, there were many disciples maintaining order in front of the mountain gate. Suddenly, Yi Fan saw a familiar figure. Her white clothes fluttered in the wind. She was graceful and elegant. She was very beautiful and otherworldly. She's actually here. Yi Fan was shocked. He had already recognized that it was Li Xiaoman. Although he had already guessed that it was impossible for her to die in the ancient desolate forbidden area, he did not expect her to join the Supreme Mystery Sect. Did you meet an acquaintance? Ji Ziyue revealed a charming smile and said, "Little brat, there's something wrong with the way I look at you. It's okay, if there's a grudge, Big Sister will help you vent your anger." Chapter 132. Yi Fan felt that he and Li Xiaoman were already as calm as water. The only relationship they could have was that they were stranded in this world together. Apart from that, it was difficult to have anything else. All the bits and pieces of the past had long passed with time, becoming blooming fireworks. He had also thought that although they could not be together and were no longer as touched as before, they could still be friends. But the last time they met, he felt that it was wishful thinking. Yi Fan did not intend to acknowledge Li Xiaoman. Instead of feeling that indifference, it was better to brush past her like a stranger. Before coming to the Taishan gate, Ji Ziyue had smeared her pink cheeks, almost turning into a little tabby cat. Only her big eyes were still very lively, and at this moment, they were curved into crescent moons. She had captured the change in Yi Fan's mood. In the endless mountains, there were 108 main peaks, representing 108 kinds of legacies. They were the root of the Taishan Gate's everlasting prosperity. Even though some of the legacies were showing signs of decline, there were still other legacies that were rising. After the change of dynasties and the passage of time, the Taishan Gate had always stood tall. Inside the gate, the terrain was open, and people were surging. There were tens of thousands of people gathered here, but it was not crowded at all. They were all waiting for the selection. And this was only the first day. It would last for 7 days. If there were so many people every day, one could imagine how many people would come here. These people came from dozens of surrounding countries, and they all had a certain amount of talent, but only a very small number could stay. They had to be extremely talented and outstanding. So exaggerated? In front of him, there was a sea of people. Yi Fan was quite surprised. This was even stricter than the emperor choosing his concubine. Ji Ziyue glanced at him and said, "Of course, the Taishan Gate is very famous. At its peak, its strength was enough to rank in the top 100 of the Eastern Barren Territory. It is a rare super force that has existed for more than 10,000 years. If that's the case, isn't your Ji family even more terrifying? It is hard for me to imagine how powerful your family is and how strong they are. The clan of the ancients and the Holy Land have existed for a long time and cannot be measured. Even I have no way of truly understanding how deep their heritage is." Hearing this, Yi Fan could only suck in a breath of cold air. He had no way of figuring out just how terrifying such a transcendent ancient clan was. "Little brat, why do I feel like you don't have any concept of the major powers? You don't understand them at all. Don't call me a brat." Yi Fan felt very uncomfortable with this form of address. Ji Ziyue chuckled and messed up his black hair, saying, "You don't look more than 13 or 14 years old, yet you want to act like an old man and pretend to be an adult." Seriously, at this moment, dozens of figures flew over from the 108 main peaks in the distance. All of them had white hair that draped over their shoulders. They were all hale and hearty old men. There were both men and women, and they looked like old immortals. They floated in midair, looking down at the tens of thousands of people below. One of them spoke. His words were concise and to the point, and his voice spread to every corner. Everyone could hear him. According to what the old man said, the most initial test only required one to pass through a door of immortality, and it was utterly impossible to pass if one didn't possess immortal fate. Only after passing through this door could one go to the 108 main peaks to take the test. If one was suitable for the inheritance of a certain peak, they could stay and become a disciple of the Taishan sect. Yi Fan and Ji Ziyue blended into the crowd and followed the crowd forward. Soon, they arrived in front of the mysterious door. It was 1,000 meters tall and formed from a natural stone barrier. Inside was a misty and endless canyon. Although many people entered, 90% of them were sent back by the immortal light and were considered to have no immortal fate. This natural barrier of the Taishan sect that looks like a stone door is said to have been refined by the 19th generation patriarch. Those who are not suitable for cultivation cannot pass through, many people whispered. Many of those who were sent out were very unwilling and walked forward again, but the result was no different. There were many young disciples of the Taishan sect guarding this place, and no one dared to cause trouble. After being sent back several times, those people had no choice but to leave. When it was Yi Fan and Ji Ziyue's turn, the two of them didn't have anything to be nervous about. They walked in at the same time as hundreds of people. Ji Ziyue easily passed and lightly stepped forward, but at this moment, there was a flash of light, and Yi Fan was sent back. This guy's physique is clearly tyrannical, how can he be so useless? Ji Ziyue's small mouth formed an O shape, her face full of disbelief. Yi Fan had just sealed off the fluctuations of his divine power. The sea of bitterness was as hard as divine iron, unshakable, and as expected, he was sent back. He instantly understood the reason. His face flushed red and his heart did not jump. He walked forward again. People around him made fun of him, but he did not care. This time, he overflowed with a bit of divine power, and without any accidents, he smoothly passed. This surprised the people outside who were waiting to see him make a fool of himself. What happened just now? Ji Ziyue's expression was filled with curiosity. She sized him up and said, "Your physique is very special. There must be some secret." In the end, only a few thousand people remained from the tens of thousands of people. They headed towards the 108 main peaks to search for their own immortal opportunities. Many of them would still fail, and only a few would be able to stay. In the depths of the Supreme Mystery Sect, there were countless beautiful mountain peaks. Among them, the 108 main peaks were the most magnificent. Some of the main peaks were filled with celestial music. Clouds and mist floated about, and multicolored light flickered. Some of the main peaks were full of vitality. The waterfall was thousands of feet long, and it fell down like the Milky Way falling from the 9 heavens. On some of the main peaks, immortal cranes danced in the air and heavenly palaces floated in the air. It was extremely auspicious, as if it was a pure land outside of the world. Those palaces are not located on the mountains, but floating on the clouds. Yi Fan was deeply shocked. What's so strange about this? It's only natural for such a superpower to do so. Our family still has an ancient city that will never fall. Yi Fan could only sigh silently. I'll wait here for a while. I'll observe in the dark to see who wants to deal with me. When the time comes, I'll drag them all out. Ji Ziyue blinked her large eyes and then said, "However, since we've come here, we can't come here for nothing. The Supreme Mystery Sect has a few legendary mysterious ancient techniques that are unique. Even the Holy Lands and the ancient clans are envious of them." Yi Fan was very tempted and said, "Then what's there to hesitate about? Let's choose the main peak that has this kind of inheritance." Unfortunately, it's said that those ancient techniques have almost been lost and have been in decline for many years. We can only try our luck. Ji Ziyue came from the ancient clans and was very knowledgeable. She had a certain understanding of the Supreme Mystery Sect. In the end, the two of them walked towards a very desolate main peak. This main peak was not very majestic. It was only 3,000 meters tall. There were dozens of subordinate peaks that belonged to it, and many of them were even taller than the main peak. It was obvious that this was a declining inheritance. This place was very quiet and there was almost no one in sight. The main peak could be said to be a forest of ancient trees and old vines. It was very desolate, as if no one had appeared in a long time. Although it is one of the 108 main peaks and represents a powerful inheritance, it seems that it has completely declined. This place is too desolate, and there isn't even a disciple guarding the mountain gate. Yi Fan felt that it was difficult to gain anything. Ji Ziyue rubbed her little flower face, and then two beams of divine light shot out from her big eyes, almost turning into a tangible substance, and began to sweep across the main peak in front of her. In the past, this main peak was incomparably prosperous. Unfortunately, 500 years ago, the master of this peak fought with the supreme elder of the Yaoguang Holy Land and perished together. The inheritance was almost severed. Then why are we still here? Yi Fan did not understand. The 108 main peaks of the Supreme Mystery sect have never truly lost their inheritance, because each main peak is a natural scripture. Even if it has declined for hundreds or even thousands of years, sooner or later it will flourish again. The scripture will appear and the inheritance will open again. What exactly is here that makes you so interested? Legend has it that this peak has a kind of immortal technique that has unfathomable power, making all the Holy Lands jealous. Ji Ziyue's eyes lit up. Immortal technique? That's right, because it is too mysterious, almost demonic, almost immortal, that is why it is called immortal technique. What's so special about it? Yi Fan was very curious, and felt that this kind of inheritance must be extraordinary. If this kind of immortal technique is cultivated and used, it can occasionally increase a person's combat power by several times, or even 10 times. Ji Ziyue was very yearning. This was a mysterious inheritance. When this technique was used, it could sometimes unleash several times the strength of one's body. Although it could only happen occasionally and could not succeed every time, it was still very terrifying. If it was accidentally triggered when fighting against an enemy, it would often cause unimaginable lethality. There's such a technique? Yi Fan was very excited. It is said that there was a very mysterious ancient scripture that did not record profound mental cultivation methods. It only recorded 9 kinds of secret techniques, and it was as famous as the Tao scripture, the Void scripture, and other immortal scriptures. Unfortunately, that ancient scripture was split up, and it was difficult for the 9 secret techniques to appear at the same time. They were scattered in all directions, and some of the secret techniques might even disappear forever. Rumor has it that the immortal technique of this main peak was one of the 9 secret techniques back then. Just 9 secret techniques are comparable to the ancient scriptures of the Holy Lands. Yi Fan sucked in a breath of cold air. The inheritance of this main peak was one of the 9 secrets, and it had a great origin. I hope I can find this secret technique. Divine light circulated in Ji Ziyue's eyes. Is this the only secret technique in the Supreme Mystery Sect? Ji Ziyue nodded and said, it is already fate that they were able to obtain a secret technique. At this moment, it was quiet and desolate. The mountain gate at the foot of the main peak was overgrown with weeds, and it did not look like a celestial mountain at all. On an ancient tree not far away, a few crows cawed loudly and flapped their wings to fly. The path on the mountain was completely flooded by thorns, and the vegetation was messy. It seemed that no one had cleaned it for a long time. At this moment, a stooped, trembling old man walked out of a dilapidated palace on the mountain and walked down. Are you here to take the test? His old eyes were turbid as he said, it's been 500 years, and the inheritance still hasn't appeared. It's almost severed. I don't know how long it will take. If you come here, you will only be wasting your time. We're not afraid. We have plenty of time to wait. Ji Ziyue smiled very sweetly and went forward to support the old man. She was very lively and intelligent. There were many palaces on the 3,000-meter-high main peak, but many of them had collapsed. Ancient trees had fallen on them, vines were everywhere, and the weeds in the courtyard were half the height of a person. This is almost becoming a wilderness. Yes, the inheritance hasn't appeared. Who would be willing to come here? It's naturally desolate. The old man sighed again and again. At this moment, more than 10 divine rainbows rushed past, flying towards the main peak in front of them. Yi Fan did not expect to see Li Xiaoman again so soon. She was already a Life Spring Realm cultivator and could fly on rainbows. The main peak in front is extremely prosperous. You might as well choose the inheritance there instead of this peak, the old man suggested with good intentions. We only care about the inheritance of this peak. Ji Ziyue smiled faintly. The old man nodded with a smile and said, "Good, you have ambition. You must know that the inheritance of this peak is one of the legendary 9 secrets. I hope you can obtain it." Chapter 133. The humble peak, like its name, had no beautiful scenery, no majestic presence, no celestial roots, and nothing special about it. It was ordinary and almost desolate, like a wilderness. Withered vines, old trees, crows, and the blood-colored sun was setting in the west. It was gloomy and did not look like a main peak of a celestial sect at all. The humble peak had broken walls, endless rubble, weeds, and thorns everywhere. Even the mountain path was gone. In the sky, 7 or 8 shadows flew past. When they passed by here, they all paused and then landed. These were a few young disciples, all in their 20s. Seeing that this main peak that had been desolate for many years, they were surprised that someone had come to search for celestial fate, so they came to take a look. "Greetings, Uncle Masterly." There were both men and women among them. After they bowed to the old man, they sized up Yi Fan and Ji Ziyue. "Senior, what kind of test do we have?" Yi Fan asked what kind of test they had to go through. This skinny, seemingly weak old man was the only disciple of the humble peak. His name was Li Ruoyu. He shook his head and said, "Actually, there is no need for a test. No one has come here for many years. If you insist on staying, you all pass." At the side, the 7 or 8 young Taishian disciples all chuckled. They could not understand why these two would choose a declining main peak. I guess these two's talent is terrible. It is impossible for them to be chosen by the other main peaks, so they came here to take the test. These two are smart and want to use this method to stay, but they don't know that it is useless. Once they choose this mountain, they can't join other main peaks. For many years, there have always been people who think they are smart, but in the end, they still leave with their tails between their legs. These young disciples discussed and snickered. They were the disciples of the main peak in front. The inheritance there was extremely prosperous now. Ji Ziyue smeared her pink cheeks until she looked like a kitten. Only her big eyes were full of spirit. She glanced at the disciples and then looked at the old man. "Seniorly, let's follow the rules and give us the test we deserve." "There is no need." Li Ruoyu shook his head. "Uncle Masterly, since they want to take the test to prove themselves, then give them a chance." Not far away, the disciples were all chuckling. "Yeah, maybe they really do have the immortal bone and can bring glory to the humble peak. Uncle Masterly, why don't you test them out?" This was also a reflection of the decline of the humble peak. If it was any other peak that was flourishing, they would definitely not dare to interrupt like this. Even if they wanted to ascend the mountain, they would have to go through a report first. However, it also showed that the old man had a good temper. "All right." Li Ruoyu nodded. He was old and clumsy as he walked out of the dilapidated palace. The peak of the humble peak was covered in rubble, and there wasn't a single intact building. Inside, there was a spacious area. There were 9 level jade stone steps there. Even though time passed, time slipping away, the jade was still sparkling and translucent, not damaged, looking extremely gentle. "So it's the 9 steps to heaven's stairway test." A female disciple was surprised. As the only disciple and elder of the humble peak, Li Ruoyu sighed and said, 500 years ago, all the disciples of the Taishian sect wanted to step onto the 9 heaven ladder and become a disciple of the humble peak. How glorious it was in the past. There really is a 9 steps to heaven stairway. I've heard of it before, but I didn't think it would be on the humble peak. Now, the 9 steps to heaven stairway are almost buried in dust. This place is cold and deserted, no longer having the glory of the past. Who would still be willing to climb the 9 steps to heaven stairway? This place is not what it used to be. The door is deserted, and it has long since declined. The 7 or 8 young disciples whispered, very disapproving, and their words were full of contempt. In the past, how many amazing characters climbed the heaven stairway and were proud of it. Li Ruoyu sighed. "Uncle Li, you can't always remember the past." Several young disciples chuckled, very disapproving. The so-called test is to climb the 9 steps. Ji Ziyue was very curious. She felt that there was nothing special about such a test. Yes, you can go and try. Li Ruoyu nodded. The future genius of the humble peak, let's see if you can pass the test. You must stand firm. Don't be unable to cross even 1 step. Several young Taishan disciples chuckled, thinking that Ji Ziyue and Yi Fan were just playing petty tricks. They didn't believe that they could pass the test. Facing the teasing, Ji Ziyue didn't care at all. Her steps were light, like a butterfly, and she walked towards the 9 steps to heaven's stairway. The so-called 9 steps to heaven's stairway was made from 9 kinds of ancient jade. The colors were all different, and there was no dazzling divine light, only specks of crystal. Ji Ziyue climbed the first jade step. The green ancient jade flickered, rippling out. She seemed very relaxed. She took another step, and the second jade step immediately appeared red, specks of scarlet light. She felt the pressure, and her brows furrowed slightly. When the third step landed, the blue ancient jade scattered down, becoming crystal clear. She felt that her steps were heavy. The 4th step, the 5th step. When she reached the 7th step, she felt that it was difficult to take another step. It was as heavy as a mountain, and her body was drenched in sweat. She didn't know that Li Ruoyu was already shocked when she climbed the 3rd step. When she reached the 7th step, he was already dumbfounded. Thump. Ji Ziyue took the 8th step. The ancient jade shone, and the purple jade stairway was under her feet. She felt like she was carrying the blue sky on her back, and she couldn't breathe. Thump. When she took the 9th step, she stepped on the last step. Instantly, heavenly music sounded, 5-colored light shot up to the sky, and a 7-colored divine light appeared. She successfully climbed the 9 steps to heaven's stairway, and the humble peak was full of strange phenomena. This. Li Ruoyu's face was full of shock, and his body was trembling slightly. He couldn't believe what he just saw. He muttered to himself, in the past, I heard that those who could reach the 7th step were already considered peerless geniuses. Since the humble peak has been passed down, I don't even know if anyone has reached the 9th step. At the side, the young disciples were full of disbelief. They didn't expect this to be the result. The declining humble peak actually welcomed a peerless genius. Ji Ziyue understood the situation and immediately regretted it. She thought that she had to step on every step, but she didn't think that it was unnecessary. She secretly stuck out her tongue and muttered to herself with a frown, it's over. I didn't want to be in the limelight here. What should I do now? That's impossible. Is she even more talented than the previous ones? After so many years, the 9 steps to heaven's stairway is most likely damaged. Otherwise, how could she pass all of them? The young disciples found it hard to believe. At this moment, a green rainbow flew over from the main peak. A middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s landed and cupped his hands at Li Ruoyu. Greetings, Senior Marshal Brother Li. Greetings, Uncle Master. The young disciples at the side bowed to the middle-aged man. I saw a strange phenomenon flashing past the humble peak just now, so I came to take a look. What happened? Uncle Master, just now. The young disciples quickly recounted what happened just now. What? The middle-aged man was also shocked. Silhouettes flashed, and another 7 or 8 silhouettes landed. Their hair and beards were all white, and they also came from the main peak, Star Peak. After these people understood the situation, they were all shocked. They then invited Li Ruoyu to the side, looking embarrassed. Not to mention Li Ruoyu, even the young disciples at the side could guess what they were thinking. They must be shocked by Ji Ziyue's talent and wanted to take her in as a disciple of Star Peak. I understand what you mean. Li Ruoyu sighed and said, now that the humble peak has declined, letting such a talent stay here is really a hindrance to her cultivation. As long as she is willing, you can take her away. The few old men cupped their hands at Li Ruoyu to express their gratitude. Snatching a disciple like this made them feel ashamed. In an instant, Ji Ziyue was completely surrounded by the few old men of Star Peak. All of them were extremely kind, as if they were looking at a treasure, and kept nodding. Hey, 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 white-bearded old grandpas, can you not laugh like that? Why do I feel like you're a big bad wolf? Jizue muttered in dissatisfaction. The few old men laughed and did not mind. They took turns to praise Jizue, telling her about the glory of Star Peak, and directly stating that they wanted to take her in as a disciple. I only want to join the humble peak. I'm not interested in the other main peaks. The humble peak has declined for many years, and there are no inheritances left behind. Star Peak is extremely prosperous, and is now one of the top 3 out of the 108 main peaks. But I'm really not interested in Star Peak. The few young disciples at the side were all stunned. The few old men persuaded like this, but there was actually someone who did not appreciate it at all, and did not care at all. If this spread out, everyone's jaws would probably fall to the ground. You must want to learn that legendary secret technique, right? But it has been lost for many years, and you won't get it even if you stay here. The few old men guided patiently, taking turns to speak. Once you join the humble peak, you can't join the other main peaks, but the disciples of the other peaks can choose again. Yeah, you can join my Star Peak first. If the inheritance here reappears, you can come back. On the side, the disciples were very upset. They had never thought that the elders of Star Peak would be so humble in order to accept a disciple. This was really incomparable. Let me think about it. Jizue accidentally made a name for herself, which was not in line with her original intention. Her big eyes turned and she said, well, I can join Star Peak, but don't let them talk nonsense. She pointed to the few young disciples next to her. She wanted to hide in the Taishan sect and did not want to be noticed too early. You can rest assured. The few old men of Star Peak all laughed. Jizue knew that the Taishan sect, as a super force, would definitely investigate the identity of the new disciples, but she did not care much. Even if the other side knew, it would not matter. As long as she could hide for a few months and temporarily leave the sight of the people of the Ji family who wanted to harm her, it would be fine. Even if the Taishan sect found out her true identity, they would definitely turn a blind eye, and it was very likely that they would use this to establish a relationship with the Ji family elders. The final result was that Jizue would join Star Peak in a low-key manner and become their disciple. There is one more person, let's see how his aptitude is. The people present were also very interested in Yifan's aptitude. He came here with Jizue, maybe he was also a genius. Yifan completely sealed the sea of bitterness. It was as hard as divine iron, without a single ripple. He did not want to casually expose his own physique. Walking like a dragon and walking like a tiger, his aptitude should be extraordinary. Before the people next to him finished speaking, Yifan had already stepped onto the first step of the heaven stairway. With a flash of green light, he flew back a few meters and fell to the ground. He hasn't even crossed the first step. This kind of aptitude is too. The people next to him all stopped talking, feeling quite speechless. Junior brothers, please make an exception and take him into Star Peak as well, Li Ruoyu said for Yifan. The few old men of Star Peak pondered for a while, but in the end, they still nodded. They had stolen a genius, so they had to take into account Li Ruoyu's feelings no matter what. Thank you seniors for your kindness, but I don't want to join Star Peak, I just want to stay here, Yifan bowed to them and said. The few elders present all looked at each other. What was going on today? Since when did Humble Peak become so attractive? The extremely prosperous Star Peak was rejected time and time again. It was understandable that the previous geniuses were arrogant because of their talent, but now, a frowning aptitude young man actually did the same. It was really a blow to them. At the side, the few young disciples were almost going crazy. Back then, they went through untold hardships and went through all kinds of tests before they stood out from the crowd and became disciples of Star Peak. They did not expect that there would be people constantly ignoring Star Peak today. This made them feel rather uneasy. It was fine if it was a genius, but even such a young man did the same. How could they endure this? Jizue blinked her big eyes and smiled. It's good that you stay here. This peak was their target, only that secret technique was something they were interested in. In the end, Star Peak's group flew away on a rainbow and disappeared. Only Yi Fan and Li Ruoyu were left at the humble peak. As night fell, the stars in the distance sprinkled down like water. The star peak ahead looked very ethereal as it was enveloped by endless radiance. Yi Fan gazed into the distance and felt a little surprised. The star peak actually attracted the stars in the sky. The endless radiance condensed and became hazy like water, like an immortal realm. Li Ruoyu stood at the peak and said, "That is the star peak's inheritance, using the stars as the origin power. When cultivated to the extreme, one can even communicate with the stars and let the radiance enter the body, achieving a supreme immortal physique with unparalleled battle prowess. I believe that humble peak is not weaker than star peak and will rise again." Yi Fan was indeed very interested in the power of the stars, but he was more interested in the humble peak's secret technique. 500 years ago, the humble peak was shrouded in immortal mist and auspicious colors. Jade palaces were located high up in the clouds and experts came forth in large numbers. It could be said to be a place of great heroes. Unfortunately, it gradually declined. How can we make the inheritance reappear? The heaven stares. Yi Fan suspected that there might be a secret technique inside the 9 steps to heaven. Li Ruoyu shook his head and said, "The entire main peak is the scripture, the inheritance is not inside the 9 steps to heaven. Only when the humble peak shines brightly and is surrounded by immortal energy does it mean that the inheritance has reappeared." Does it have to be like this? Yi Fan didn't believe it. In the past 10,000 years, there has only been one accident. Before the inheritance appeared, a predecessor obtained the cultivation method of the secret technique. In the end, his achievement was comparable to the great existences of the ancient era. His mana was unparalleled. Li Ruoyu sighed. How did he obtain it? Yi Fan's eyes brightened. No one knows. Before he died, he only said 12 words. Which 12 words? Great success is like imperfection, great excess is like rushing, great skill is like clumsiness. Chapter 134. That night, Yi Fan sat cross-legged at the top of the humble peak. His powerful will rushed out from the golden lake between his eyebrows, constantly searching the mountain. Unfortunately, he did not feel anything unusual about the humble peak. If the entire main peak was a scripture, he was a little confused and felt that it was very mysterious. In the dead of night, the starry peak in front of them became even more resplendent. Starlight sprinkled down from the sky, pure white and translucent. It was as if auspicious snow was fluttering in the air, or as if white jade was descending. It made people feel an enormous power of the stars. Hiss! Yi Fan gasped. This kind of inheritance was too magical. With so much power of the stars gathered together, it shone brilliantly and nourished the body for a long time. There must be unimaginable benefits. This made him a little envious. This kind of cultivation method had its uniqueness. No wonder Taishien's sect had stood tall for tens of thousands of years. The 108 main peaks were really extraordinary. Yi Fan put aside his thoughts and began to cultivate the scripture of the way. He was constantly improving his cultivation and had never wasted any time. His heart gradually calmed down. The scripture of the way was the top cultivation method for the secret realm of reincarnation. At least in the Eastern Barren Territory, no ancient scripture could surpass it. It was not until midnight that he stopped and said to himself, "Once I finish cultivating the secret realm of reincarnation, I will start to prepare the cultivation method for the secret realm of the Holy Ji Palace. I don't know when I can go to the Jade Lake Sacred Land." He had no hope for the scripture of the void. Moreover, it was said that the ancient scripture of the Jade Lake Sacred Land was the strongest cultivation method for the secret realm of the Holy Ji Palace. That was the method he wanted the most. Yi Fan's mind was calm. He fell asleep and let the moonlight fall on him. He lay on his side on the bluestone, shrouded in thin smoke, looking ethereal and otherworldly. There was an advantage to joining the humble peak. The only disciple of the peak, Li Ruoyu, had no time or experience to investigate Yi Fan's past. If he joined the other main peaks, his identity and background would be like transparent water, and he would be thoroughly investigated. The next day, Yi Fan began to explore the humble peak. He went all over the mountain and did not find a single spirit medicine or spirit root. It was no different from the wilderness. Flap, flap, flap. A few ominous crows cawed loudly and flew up from a withered old tree, making this quiet place seem even more desolate. It was really hard for him to imagine that such a desolate place was the main peak of the Supreme Profound Sect, representing a powerful inheritance. At noon, he returned to the top of the mountain. The dilapidated palace hall and the courtyard were covered with wormwood that was half a man's height. A wild rabbit scuttled out of it, which made him feel quite speechless. Bang! He picked up a rock and threw it out. The hare fell to the ground and a bonfire was started. Not long after, the fragrance of meat wafted out. The rabbit meat was roasted until it was golden and glossy. The fat dripped into the bonfire and made a sizzling sound. Humble peak, withered vines, dead trees, old crows nesting, ancient palaces, wild hares scurrying away, really. Yi Fan muttered to himself. In the distance, in the dilapidated palace, old man Li Ruoyu glanced at him, but didn't pay much attention to him. He closed his eyes and quietened down like a withered tree. At this moment, someone mocked, "The 108 main peaks represent the 108 powerful inheritances of the Supreme Profound Sect. The peak of the main peak is the most holy and is the place of inheritance. Now it is set ablaze and the mortal meat stinks. Only the humble peak is like this." A somewhat arrogant young man wearing a blue robe descended on a divine rainbow. His head was raised very high and he frowned at the bonfire. "What, are you hungry? Do you want to eat?" Yi Fan said these two words lightly and with a mocking expression. The blue-clothed young man did not think that a disciple who had just entered the sect would dare to contradict him like this. His face suddenly darkened and he said, "How dare you? How dare you blaspheme the peak of the main peak? Do you know your crime? I say, who are you? Where did you come from? How strange." Yi Fan was indifferent and did not look at him directly. He was busy roasting the rabbit meat. "Do you not understand what I said?" The blue-clothed young man walked forward and stood in front of him. He looked down at Yi Fan and said, "How can the main peak light an ordinary fire and let the mortal meat stink?" Yi Fan was very casual. He constantly flipped the rabbit meat on the bonfire, and his mouth was unforgiving. He said, "If the fragrant rabbit meat stinks, then what is your soft and tender skin? Stinky skin?" The blue-clothed young man was originally just being sarcastic and did not have any other thoughts. He did not think that Yi Fan would not fear him and would continue to ridicule him. His anger surged and he shouted, "This is the holy land of the celestial sect. How dare you blaspheme here? There are no fairies here, and there are no goddesses. What have I blasphemed?" Yi Fan took the golden rabbit meat from the bonfire, tore off a leg, and began to enjoy it. He no longer paid attention to him. "You are audacious, acting as you please on the main peak. You have disgraced Taishan. Your sin cannot be forgiven." The blue-clothed young man was as dark as water. He pressed forward and was about to attack. "Don't accuse me. What audacious? Disgracing Taishan? What are you talking about?" Yi Fan glanced at him and said, "Don't act like a senior in front of me. I will take you down and send you to heaven's punishment cliff." The blue-clothed young man sneered. He reached out a hand and was about to grab. "Wait." Yi Fan stopped him and glanced at him. He said, "Where did you come from?" "Elderly of the humble peak is here," and even he did not say anything. "Who are you to the humble peak that you dare to point fingers here?" "As a disciple of Taishan, I naturally have to protect the important grounds of the celestial sect." The blue-clothed young man spread his fingers and wanted to grab Yi Fan's neck and lift him up. Yi Fan shouted towards the dilapidated hall in the distance, "Elderly Ruoyu, the humble peak is the inheritance of our bloodline. Can the disciples of the other main peaks control us? Apart from the headmaster and the grand elder, the other main peaks have no right to interfere. Everything is up to us." Elderly Ruoyu's voice sounded. "So, He has trespassed into the important grounds of my humble peak and committed an unforgivable sin. Yi Fan flashed to the side and avoided the throat grabbing. He picked up a stone from the ground and slammed it forward as fast as lightning. Slap! The stone slammed into the face of the blue-clothed young man. Blood flowed from his nose and mouth. He swayed and swayed. The pain made tears and mucus flow down his face. He almost fell to the ground. Trespassing into the important grounds of the humble peak, you are audacious and disgraced Taishian. You should be punished. Yi Fan turned around and accused him. He swung his right arm and slammed the stone in his hand on the face of the blue-clothed young man. He was completely stunned. Blood flowed from his nose and saliva flew. Slap, slap, the blue-clothed young man was knocked out by Yi Fan. His mouth was crooked and his eyes were slanted. He fell to the ground and twitched. After a long time, he woke up. At this time, Li Ruoyu walked over and asked, "What are you doing here?" The blue-clothed young man was completely awake. He immediately remembered what happened and was about to go crazy. He was knocked out. His expression changed and he could not stand it. He was about to pounce on Yi Fan. Elderly Ruoyu's face darkened and he said, "How dare you?" "Greetings, elder uncle." The man in blue shuddered. He suppressed his anger and held back his impulse. He bowed his head and saluted. "The competition between the disciples of the main peaks will begin in 3 months. I'm here to deliver a letter." After saying that, he handed over a letter. "I understand. You can leave." Li Ruoyu nodded. The blue-clothed young man looked at Yi Fan. His eyes flashed with coldness. He then turned around and left. "Next time, don't make a fuss in the other main peaks. Don't think of yourself as a grand elder." Yi Fan mocked from behind. "You." The blue-clothed young man was furious. However, he did not dare to make a move in front of elderly Ruoyu. He soared into the sky and flew towards the star peak. Li Ruoyu glanced at Yi Fan. He did not say anything. He trembled and returned to the dilapidated hall. He closed his eyes and continued to meditate. Great accomplishment is like imperfection. Great abundance is like rushing. Great skill is like clumsiness. Yi Fan muttered to himself. He carefully pondered these words and began to wander around the humble peak. Half an hour later, several figures landed and stopped Yi Fan halfway up the mountain. The blue-clothed young man was among them. "Who are you? Why are you entering and leaving my humble peak?" Yi Fan glanced at them. He knew that they were from the star peak. "You really don't know the rules. You have to salute when you see your senior brother. Why aren't you coming over to salute?" One of them sneered. "Who are you? Why should I salute you?" Yi Fan casually moved closer to them. Except for the blue-clothed young man, the others all laughed. It's rare for the humble peak to have a disciple. It looks interesting. We won't be lonely anymore. As your senior brother, let me teach you how to understand the rules. When you see us in the future, you have to bow and show respect. Do you understand? One of the young men wanted to press down on Yi Fan's head. He wanted him to lower his head and salute. Another one kicked his calf. He wanted him to kneel. What are you doing? Yi Fan dodged to the side. This is a main peak. It represents a kind of inheritance. People from other main peaks can't come and go as they please. Ha! Everyone laughed. Do we need permission to enter the humble peak? What's the difference between this place and a barren mountain? You can come and go as you please. Two of them pressed down on Yi Fan's head. The other two kicked his legs. They wanted him to kneel. If it was any other main peak, would you dare to do this? Yi Fan took a few steps back. You've gone too far. What a naive little guy. Let me teach you how to recognize the situation. I also want to say the same thing to you. Yi Fan grabbed the arm that was pressing down on his head. Crack. He twisted it. The sound of bones breaking could be heard. At the same time, he swept his right leg across, kicking the two youths who were trying to kick him and force him to kneel down to the ground. The blue-clothed young man and the other man's expression changed. They leaped into the air and wanted to fly away. Boom! A 1,000-pound boulder, even faster than lightning, soared high into the sky and heavily crashed into their bodies. Ah! Screams could be heard. The two of them were smashed down by Yifan's boulder. They were seriously injured. Many of their bones were broken. Yifan lined up the 5 people on the ground. He walked over and stepped on the blue-clothed young man's face. "You're really something." Boom! He kicked him like a ball. He flew out and hung on an old vine in the distance. Then, he came in front of the other two. He stepped on their hands and said, "If you want to teach me, make me lower my head and bow to you. Show me." Boom! Yifan raised his leg and kicked. The two of them flew out and hit an ancient tree behind them. "You two want me to kneel?" Yifan came in front of the last two. He kicked them twice. The two of them flew into the air and then fell down. Remember, the humble peak is a main peak. It's a powerful inheritance. You need to report to this place and walk up from the mountain gate. Yifan was filled with righteousness as he accused them. At this moment, Li Ruoyu appeared soundlessly and was already standing not far away. "Well said. From now on, no one is allowed to trespass the humble peak," the old man said lightly and then disappeared into the forest. The news that the humble peak was going to be rebuilt spread quickly. Especially the disciples of the Star Peak. Many people were furious. They couldn't hold back after knowing that their disciples returned with heavy injuries. After Yifan returned to the top of the mountain, Li Ruoyu didn't say anything. He directly handed him an ancient bow and 9 arrows. Finally, he gave him a yellowing book. "Senior Li, the people of the Star Peak are here." In the evening, Yifan found dozens of disciples of the Star Peak flying above the humble peak. "Didn't I give you the bow and arrow feathers?" Elderly Ruoyu sat cross-legged in the dilapidated palace with his eyes closed, and only said this sentence. Yifan was shocked. He felt that this seemingly weak old man wasn't as simple as he looked. He shouted at the sky, "You've gone too far. This is the inheritance of a main peak. How dare you fly here? If it's another peak, would you dare to do this?" The angry shouts of the Star Peak disciples came from the sky. Yifan was extremely straightforward. He knocked an arrow and the ancient bow trembled, releasing a terrifying shockwave. In the distance, an old crow cawed loudly and turned into a black light, entering the arrow in Yifan's hand. This type of result left Yifan stupefied. He felt as if the arrow immediately turned into a blazing sun, possessing an unimaginably terrifying pressure. In the sky, the disciples of the Star Peak were shocked. Someone shouted, "Not good, retreat." Yifan didn't dare to shoot the arrow. He felt that if he did, he might make a hole in the sky. The bow and arrows given to him by the old man were too mysterious. Of course, what shocked him the most was that the 9 ominous old crows on the humble peak had all turned into black lights and merged into the 9 arrows on his body. At this moment, he had only put a black arrow on the bowstring, but the sky above him had already begun to tremble. This must be a great treasure. Yifan felt that staying on the humble peak was the right choice. There were too many secrets here. Yifan held the ancient bow and faced the sky. Wherever he pointed, people would scream and flee for their lives. In the distant sky, several figures rushed over. An elder of the Star Peak arrived and shouted, "Senior Brotherly, please have mercy. Just scare them away." At this moment, Li Ruoyu's voice was heard. In the sky, the disciples of Xingfeng were fleeing in all directions. All of them were frightened to the point that their faces were pale. "It's the legendary ancient bow. Didn't it disappear along with the inheritance of the humble peak? Why did it suddenly appear? I've seen those 9 crows often. I didn't expect them to be so terrifying. They confuse with the 9 arrows. What are they?"